test. Alright. And off we go. Let's see what to fly and where to go. Maybe something with a little speed. Let's see. That's probably the best place to take off. Um, 22R works. Make sure all my settings are correct. Alright. I think we're about good for takeoff. That's gonna be a problem. I gotta rechange that. Alright. Settings are locked. Flaps at 15%. Engines roaring up to 71. Let's get this bad boy moving. So smooth, the Cirrus Vision jet. A little too high of an angle. Let's go back down to 10. Put those landing gear down, or up. Try and give you guys a better view as we circle around. Get those flaps down. Let's start a bank. Oh, it's so relaxing, Beecham. So I've explained it a couple times before, I think, on stream, but The only annoying part is this is on my PS5, so I actually just downloaded it, but on my Xbox that I have, pretty much I've already made my way through the game, and I have all these like controls that that work with it. It's like flight stick controls, but for whatever reason they're just not compatible with the PS5. So I have to use a controller, which is a little more difficult when it comes to flight controls. But nonetheless, still super relaxing. While we're checking out Honolulu. Let's straighten that out a little bit. .230 knots in climbing, and we're up to 3,400 feet. This thing pretty much flies itself. Cirrus Vision Jet. Such an advanced, modern piece of aircraft. It's like a computer with wings. Which pretty much all like the commercial jets are like that nowadays. But when it comes to small private, this is definitely high end. Alright, we're gonna start making our way back south. See if we can go see the other chains. There's Honolulu, folks. Honolulu in all of its glory. One of these days, I'm gonna make the trek to Hawaii. Expensive trip. It's a far trip too, especially depending on where you're coming from. Oh whoa. Must have picked up way too much speed in this cam. It's another thing you gotta be cognizant of, and when I'm in like the external cam, you kind of forget what your angle is, if you're dipping or if you're raising. So because of that, you can suddenly pick up a lot of speed. The game simulates real crash conditions. So not only just G-forces of my guy blacking out if I went too hard or I banked too fast, but if the aircraft senses that it's going faster than what in real life its limitations would be, it just simulates a crash essentially. Also, what just happened to my instruments? I wish I could read that. Align wings level, why? I'm very confused. Huh. Let's go somewhere else. Hopefully the instruments just fix themselves. If anyone wants to see a certain place, by the way, let me know. I'm thinking Anchorage is on the south part here, somewhere. Yeah, spot on. So for Xbox, I have all these, I have two different sets too, which is kind of a pain that I can't use them on my PS5. But it's the coolest thing for this game ever. It's essentially like a whole throttle with a flight stick that you have rudder control, you have pretty much every single type of control setting that you can edit to within the actual game. So if you don't like how something's set up, like you can kind of re-engineer it on your actual flight stick. There's a cool island here actually that is... Oh, you just went to Anchorage? No way, man. That must have been such a sick trip. Yeah, Alaska is definitely a bucket list place for me. Just being from the States too, it's like, why? Why have I not ever tried to make it out there? But US is big, so definitely is. It's not always easy. But yeah, I'm gonna have to definitely make a trek at some point. There's Anchorage. Alright. So we'll take off from here. We'll head towards Anchorage going west. I guess sunset's fine. Yeah, I'm so jealous of that Beecham. That's so sick.
Tower, Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf, Sierra ready at runway 24, straight out departure.
Let's take those brakes off. Alright, I need to head to the slight northwest. So we're going to be banking around this mountain here. Not a long runway, so let's pick up some speed really fast. That's so sick, man. You made the drive out to the glacier. Oh, alright. That must have been a hike wherever you were coming from. But I feel like, especially if you're doing a road trip, just to see multiple states or whatever it's for, seems like a must to make it to that part of the country. The whole Pacific Northwest just seems gorgeous. Yeah, right? No wait, just go. I like that mentality, man. It's just a good motto for life. Alright, let's retract these flaps. I don't even think I put up my landing gear. There we go. Landing gear's up. Keeping the plane pretty level until we pick up more speed, get above like 200 knots-ish. We're only at 2,000 feet too. We're not even that high. That's gonna be a steep climb. We might need to double around here. Keep climbing to the north, or I mean to the west. If we're gonna try and make it over to Anchorage. I mean, actually, I think it's pretty straight ahead based on what I'm looking at. Along I-80 at the Columbia River, driven out to Astoria, Oregon. Spent a few days in Washington. Wow, man, that's such a sick trip. Everything you just named there, I mean, I can't even imagine driving through that entire region. I lived for a year out in Colorado, so I got to experience like a couple of the surrounding states, you know, vast majority of the state in my free time, just traveling around. But I never made it up to the Northwest. That's truly somewhere I want to see. Just such a different landscape too, between Alaska and just Washington, Oregon, all those states, even Northern California, I'm sure. Look at that. Look at those mountain ranges. Alright, so let's get that on. And we're out of range. No more ATC. Hot rod. Talk to me, goose. There's actually a ton of really cool fighter jet missions in this game too. In addition to obviously flying free flight and messing around with them. It's such a blast. Gotta be careful though, especially if you leave the G-force simulator on, or I guess, setting on. It's just so easy to black out the pilot. Oh, I wish I could see that Beecham. Seriously. That's gotta be such a scenic photo. Yeah, fighter jets are a blast to use in this game. I'll tell you what, too, I'll give you guys a dip down. I mean, going in this view, you can kind of get a better view of what's happening. Whoa. Gotta put that nose down. It is weird flying in this view, though. Alright, what is happening? Let's use some rudder control and regain. Let's pretend it's a real emergency. What would we do? We'd kill power, dip down, rudder control, and flatten out. There we go. Now we can put the power back on. Alright, let's see if I can do that again without actually crashing us here. I do like being in this view. Oh, this would be so sick in VR. You may have just inspired me, honestly. Because I was hesitant to ever think about getting VR, since I mainly play GT7 now. But for this game, that would be sick. And I did just order some new flight controls that are compatible with PS5. So now you really got me thinking, Hot Rod. Bro, you should join the... I don't even know what to call it, the flight crew, Hot Rod. Talk about a zippy way of slinging Zaws around. Hop in the Zaw heli. You know what's pretty crazy, actually? I want to show you guys this real quick. That's actually insane. That's gotta be so nuts. I mean, some of the rigs people have set up, especially for Flight Simulator, are beyond expensive. It's like I'm sure it might even probably go head to head with GT7 rigs in terms of the higher realm of cost. But really quickly, I want to show you guys this. These blow me away. I actually invest in one of these companies. They're pretty cutting edge. Yeah, Joby, that's the one in California. And there's a couple others that are pretty massive, but these things aren't that entertaining for me to fly and like show you in terms of like it actually being fun to watch. But when it comes to real life flying, just experience this. This is truly a computer. I mean, it's pretty much just like take a drone and make it massive. It's a massive drone with a seat for somebody to sit in it. I'm just gonna go to somebody random, or somewhere random. We'll go to North Charleston. Hopefully it's not messed up starting this midair, because I have experienced that with the eVTOLs. So, oh man, yeah, this might not work. Yeah, it's dead in there. So they stand for Electric Vertical Takeoff and Landing Vehicle. Oh, is it starting? Hold on. No. That's dead. You have a PS VR too? I had no idea, Hot Rod. That's pretty sick. It's gotta be fun just to have like the different elements to mess around with, even if you don't use it all the time. Alright, airports. You guys gotta see this thing. No, I don't need to do that. Let's pick an actual... What am I doing? Hitting buttons, I'm not trying to. Let's go over here. How about that? But my whole point being in showing you guys this is these vehicles are the future. These eVTOLs, or however you say it. It's an acronym that just stands for Electric Vertical Takeoff and Landing. But they're so cutting edge, and there's tons of new companies, public companies too, that are creating these things. So let's see if I can even get this thing on and going. 'Cause I don't know its controls, unlike other vehicles or aircraft. Looks like it's starting up. I don't know if there's like something I have to do to start it. Let's see. Let's get that on. Yep, I acknowledge. Aircraft mode, please. Yeah, literally, it's a drone plane. Alright, that should be fine. Let's go back. It's a computer that can just fly itself. It's nuts. Alright. Can I get this thing going now? Oh, it's still not on. Come on. Alright, well, I guess there's no flying it, but essentially, it is the most stable thing you could ever put in the air for somebody to be in. Every single control in here is completely automatic, so like once you get everything mapped in terms of your flight plan, the plane's pretty much doing it, like taking off, landing, flying itself the entire way there. There is a manual mode for it if people actually want to fly it. But if I were to able to show you this and get it in the air, it's just the most stable, just like one-dimensional, going the same speed. Like it's not like you're in a plane or helicopter where you're experiencing really any turbulence or anything really happening to the aircraft. This thing just zooms in a straight line. So that's why I'm convinced these things are the future, because it's like it's just such a different way to getting around, and it's so safe. Pretty sure they even have parachutes in case something happens with any of the propellers. Yeah, low battery though. That's the only con that I could possibly think of for these things. I have no idea how far they go, but if I had to guess, I bet it's not over like an hour. Probably great for cities. I mean, that's half of the reason why oh, what's the other one called? Joby's the one in California. Let me think about this for 2 seconds while I'm looking for a plane to use. I totally know it too. It's gonna bother me. Oh, it's called EHang. That's what it is. EHang is the one that is all over China. And that is cool, because you see those things actually zipping around cities. Let's use something with a little more speed. Even though they're a lot harder to control. Very similar to driving. I mean, this applies to most things in life. But the faster the plane is, the more experienced the pilot you really have to be to hop in something like this. And I'm sure there's shortcuts and different ways of getting to a more advanced plane without necessarily having the skill, especially depending on if it's like a more modern aircraft. But for the most part, like it's directly correlated to how skilled the pilot is. That's why I struggle so much in stuff like this. Alright, flaps 25 might be too much. I just have so much speed, I don't really need that. I guess that's my only indent though. It's 25 or nothing. Alright, we'll lift. Whoa. That's the problem with using a controller. So you suddenly reach for a different button, and you have to let go of the flight stick. A little windy out today. Oh yeah, let's get those flaps off. Thank you, co-pilot, for the alert. I think, I mean, I just kind of clicked out without looking. Pretty sure I took off from, like, an island just to the east of Orlando. So we probably want to go inland to see anything. It's kind of dark. Going to pilot view. Must be the tint on the outside for sun glare. Even though it is much calmer in this one, it's because you don't really have that that jet noise. I'll tell you what I can do. Let's put the exposure up. And there we go. That should be a little better. Alright, let's go buzz some rooftops, because everything looks better when you're flying low in this game. If you're just hopping in here, this is the sunny state of Florida. I believe we have Orlando straight ahead, roughly. Let's see what this is. Yeah, it might be a little farther to the west. I think I see it out there. That next marker. If there's anywhere in the world you guys want to see me fly, or even a specific aircraft you want to see, just let me know. See if we can find an airport and go do a nice smooth butter landing. It's another part of not having the flight stick that really bums me out, is I had all the controls toggled in or inputted in, where I also had communication abilities, so I could reach out to local ATC. They'd essentially tell me what direction to fly from my nearest airport, give me a whole list of airports, and if I put on real-time air traffic, which would simulate like all the real planes flying around currently in the world, you'd have to actually physically request permission to land, because it's like you can't just land 2 planes at once. Also, we're gonna buzz this airport to my right. It's coming up here. Alright, it might be more straight ahead. I see it on the radar. Where is this thing? Am I not even close to it? Alright. I got the marker. So I mean, we could probably start killing speed, actually, if I'm going to land there. I just have no idea what this approach looks like. Let's keep the engine around 40. Let's engage some flaps. Get a little more glide going. Engine might need a little more. hit this tower. Just trying to come by, but the flaps are really killing way too much of my speed. Alright, we gotta bail. Retract. Oh, that's a crash. That's just shame on me. These things have the power of an F1 car, the weight of like a kite. Alright, we're gonna do a workaround here. Let's get the landing gear down. That's going. Flaps engaged. Let's see if we can get this bad Larry on the ground. This is going to be a massive circle around because I have a lot of airspeed in the ditch. And I'm already pretty low, which is just not a good start. So maybe we keep more of this airspeed than I think. I might be losing it too quick in this bank maneuver. And that's got me so off course for the airport too, so we're going to do another go around so I can line up on the other side. Let's get a little more altitude, not too much. And let's take off the map, so I don't need those markers. Alright. There's enough altitude. Circle gently while I'm ditching speed. This is such a sharp bank, too. I feel like you'd never see someone angled like this. Yeah, I need to really get that more. Did I overshoot it again? Just not a large enough go around. And I'm like right on it too. Just had zero approach there. Imagine if I could make this work. Experienced pilot, maybe. Alright, let's go fly somewhere exciting. Come fly with me. Come fly, let's fly away. Alright, oh. Bahamas. Let's go to Nassau. This is where Atlantis is. Departure. That's so insane. Are you saying, by the way, that you did this? Because that is nuts to imagine being in not only the pilot seat, even like a co-pilot seat of something like that. Yeah, I've been, you're a passenger, gotcha. Nonetheless, man, holy crap. What a thrill that must have been. I've been out to the pier down there, but I've never, like, fully made it out to Coronado. But, yeah, when I was visiting San Diego, we made it out towards whatever that whole downtown Bay Area is called. Let's hop in. I know there's a better one. Did I already miss it? That's so insane. I feel like the stuff they're allowed to do when it comes to military aircraft, it's really nuts. just the permissions they're allowed, and like because of the aircraft's capabilities, and there's only usually 1 to 2 people on board, if that, depending on if it's a helicopter plane. Yeah, their altitude restrictions are nuts in terms of where they're allowed to fly. Oh, I did not mean to go on that actually. If we're gonna do NASA, we probably want a touring helicopter. All right, let's go see. Let's go see the shark slide, or whatever the hell is over here. I know there's some cool stuff here. I'm pretty sure this is Atlantis. Obviously not the mythical lost city, but rather the vacation destination. Yeah, there's some cruise ships, and there it is, yeah, Atlantis. Alright, tell you what, we're gonna come through. So when you fly in here, I'm pretty sure Nassau is actually on the other side of the island. But the funny part of this place, coming here is, I mean, I can't really speak for it entirely, just what I know of it. Atlantis is an amazing tourist destination for anyone across the globe. But I'm pretty sure this is like a very impoverished island. Like, I don't think you want to go outside this resort. So that's why it's kind of funny that the airport's on the other side. I just want to read what you said real quick. You took a CH-46 ride up through the Camp Pendleton 29 Palms. They asked if we wanted to do that. Oh, that's sick. You guys did their attack route? That must have been nuts. Yo, Rusty, how you doing, man? Appreciate you stopping in, bro. Just doing some casual flight simming. Right now we're in Atlantis, one of the islands of the Bahamas, or Caribbean, I guess. I don't even know how those islands are classified. I'm so jealous of that Beecham. That's insane. Yeah, good man. I still gotta decide what's on the menu for me today, Rusty. It's a tough call what to eat. I feel like I think about food way too often. It's like a hobby of mine almost. Alright, let's get this rudder control. Get us over there. There's Atlantis in all of its glory. Yeah, it's pretty nuts like that, right? Seriously, Beecham. I can definitely vouch for it in terms of parts of Mexico and parts of DR, Dominican Republic. I've been to both for spring break, different years. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that's the first thing even the locals will tell you. It's like, yeah, you're perfectly safe as long as you pretty much don't go outside the resorts too often. And if you do, it needs to be, you know, not just monitored, but like more so with the companion or a local, or at least you know what you're doing if you are going off. One of the years when we stayed in, where was it? I think this was our Mexico trip for Punta Cana, yeah. And we booked like an Airbnb thing that was right outside the resorts, but like on these sketchy streets. I mean, my friends like didn't really fully understand, I guess, how far it was from the resorts, and yeah, we were in for quite the shock. We still had a blast out of it. You know, every day we'd wake up, walk right over. But it was just so comical when we arrived. Safe to say the men did all the errands. I mean, for what I've been told, or at least I've heard, is a pretty impoverished island, Nassau, other than Atlantis over here. It's actually pretty beautiful. It's definitely got like that Caribbean vibes going for it. Alright, let's slow it down. Undo the power. Point the front up so we can slow a bit. Welcome in, everyone. If you're new here, feel free to let me know in the chat if you want me to see me flying anywhere specific. We are currently in Atlantis, which is on the island of Nassau in the Bahamas. I don't know if there's really too much more to see here. Yeah, we'll go to the end of the island here, do a loop. And some cities too aren't completely rendered to their accuracy, but I have noticed the more popular of a city you go to, the more accurate it's going to be. So like a place like New York, Vegas, Grand Canyon even, you know, the more popular the destination, so to speak. It's like a golf course. I didn't realize they had one over here. Alright. Let's see where to fly next. I just love doing these tours, honestly. Great way of just experiencing a city. Even though, like I said, they're not always completely accurate. And you don't really get the full sense of what it is either. It's more just an aerial view. Kind of experience the architecture. He's not even in here, funny enough, but Portal had asked me to go to Spain at one point. Marbella is a cool town. Barcelona. Where are you? Maybe if I zoom out, there it is. Ooh, do we want to see Barcelona at night? I feel like when I think of Spain, I think of it as more day, so. Alright, where are the helipads? Departure. Yeah, let's make it daytime. We are in Barcelona, España. Going for a helicopter tour. Alright. Whoa. That exposure is way too bright. I will turn that down for you guys. I think it was because of the last vehicle I was in. That's why I did it. Exposure compensation. Yeah. Let's put that to like there. If it's too bright or too loud or anything, just let me know in chat too. I want to make this a good experience for all. Alright, it's at 0%. I think we're good to take off. It's kind of weird, by the way, they would just put me on the tarmac with my helicopter ready to go, not even the brake on. Alright, Barcelona, here we come. So it is nice to put these landmarks things that I'm turning on and off. Sometimes for airports and helipads it's helpful, but more so just to see like landmarks when you're going through a city. What the famous buildings are and all that. And for the sake of a tour, I might go in this view. Even though if you've been in stream for long, you clearly know I struggle in this view. I don't know. I learned the game in the actual sim view, so to switch back is just awkward. And it feels more arcadey too. I don't like it. First, just feels real and natural. Alright. Where do we want to go towards? Let's go see what Spain is all about. You know what? I often find the best place to start, even though I do want to see all these buildings over here. But the best place to start is often by the water. The only sim effect that I wish the game didn't have is occasionally you can see it, like if I look down, the glare of the sun to my controls, my flight instruments. I wish that glare wasn't there. Alright, if any of you are new here, we are just flying a helicopter tour around Barcelona. Gonna check out all the history and the buildings, see what this place is all about. Quite the port they have down here.
X-ray Golf Sierra, did you copy?
Oh, I copy you. I'm just intentionally ignoring you, ATC. This is pretty wild, whatever this is. Is that like a vineyard on the cliff here? Just like next to a shipping port? Also, I want to see what's up top. Is this like a fort? Yeah, wow. Looks like an old fort. I mean, strategic place to put a fort. What are those, cannons or something on the end? So let's get a little lower, check it out. That looks so old and outdated, but I'm sure there's a lot of reasons back in the day you would need your cannons up here. It's pretty insane to think. Just like the history of the world, and like that's why things half the time are the way they are. Like take this for example, I doubt anyone uses it on a daily basis. Or I mean, I shouldn't say that. It's not that people don't use this area and facility, but I feel like this is probably more so like a piece of history than like a functioning part of Barcelona, this old fort. But still, how iconic and beautiful to see. I really want to get lower, but I don't want to crash this. Let me get control, face the front.
X-ray Golf Sierra, ATC services terminated.
Yeah, that's right. Terminate your services. I don't want you. Alright, let's bring her back. Oh, it really is. It's so strategic. I mean, I feel like you can see this in a lot of... whoa, that was weird. Caught some wind as I did the rudder control there. I feel like you can see an example of this across many major cities around the globe. Especially the older historical cities. But I mean, even where I live, go around Boston, there's plenty of examples of old forts and stuff like that. It is cool that we try as societies to maintain these things too. Because even though, like I said, they're not functioning necessarily today, it's still cool to be able to see them. Alright, we're a little unstable. There we go. It's better. That's much better. What are these all like flags or something? Palm trees. It's a cool building. Looks official. Looks very official. But for all I know, it could just be like a hotel, a Westin. There's all the famous beaches of Barcelona that you hear about. I assume these are the famous ones. Alright, let's get the markers back on so we can see what we're going towards. I probably should have looked what that fort was called. That would have been a cool thing to remember. This looks like quite the hot spot. Talk about a sick place to come stay. Such a massive city. I really wonder like where the best place. I mean, granted, if you're gonna come visit here, you gotta see it all, but I wonder like where the best area is in terms of staying. Oh, there it is. I see it. I want to see this thing so badly in real life. I mean, of all the structures that man has ever built, this one impresses me probably the most. And the funny part is I don't even know what it's called. I just know it's a, I mean, they don't call it a church. It's like there's some kind of a grand word for it. Let's see if it gives me the name here. I hope this is the one I'm thinking of too. Yeah, cathedral, spot on. The fact that that word really just escaped me, it's kind of scary. So if I'm not mistaken, even though this is super old, they've still been updating it. And, oh, that's what the elevated position was called? That's great to know. I mean, in terms of, like, approaching Barcelona, that looked like probably the most famous, or at least the most needed position for elevated attack, or defense. It's great to know that's what it was called. I'm going to try and pause it so I can pronounce that. Montehuic is what I'm going to assume that is. But I have no idea. Alright. Let's ditch some elevation. Yeah, if you guys can get me a name on this, that would be grand. Because even though I'm right here next to it, I feel like the marker is not giving me anything. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Losing way too much airspeed. Alright. Let's just stabilize this thing so I can give you guys a better tour. Alright, there we go. Finally got it. Even the style of all these buildings is mesmerizing. Just look at that. That is insane. I mean, in a way, I know it's not at all the same type of architecture. I think it's just like the tall pointiness of it. It almost kind of reminds me of like Russian buildings in Moscow. But I'm sure if you saw it up close, it probably resembles nothing of that nature. Especially being all gray or stone-like in color. Another cool part is I feel like you can appreciate how large something is by actually getting down to the ground a lot more. So I'm gonna go land in that like parking lot that was over there. So I did the same at the Pyramid of Giza, and I remember it wowing me in terms of the actual size of being next to it versus in the air. Alright, let's go over here so I can still have a view. Gotta clear this rooftop first, and then we'll lower. Nice. Oh, is there a building in front of me here? Alright, I gotta go one over them. We'll just go right next to it, even though you won't be able to see it much. Way too much altitude. That's fine, that's fine. I mean, even like right here, you kind of get a general sense. Yeah, I had a feeling I was going to do that. It's so sensitive on the controller trying to land this, versus when I have the exact throttle inputs on my flight stick. Oh, I knew. That sounds so familiar, too. I wouldn't have ever remembered that, but I definitely have heard that name before Beecham. Basilica La Sagrada Familia. That is sick. Alright, let's go explore more of Barcelona. So I think it's behind me. Yeah, look at that thing. Even from a distance, it's so grand. Yeah, greatly appreciate you looking that up. I wouldn't call myself like super cultured or anything like that, or really like a history buff, but I love fun facts of learning about cities and history and all that stuff. Oh, it's insane. All of Europe. I mean, don't get me wrong, US is similar in fashion, how every state is as diverse as the next, but the grand architecture and even landscape of most of Europe makes it that much more exciting. Alright, we're gonna go down. This looks like they're downtown. I'm seeing a lot more sky rises. I guess you could call everywhere they're downtown. I mean, just look in that distance. It's insane. Yeah, I'm gonna go to another European city, I think, after another minute of this, just to make sure there's nothing else here in the distance. Their Museum of Natural Sciences. It's pretty unexciting, seeing a museum from the outside. I mean, it's cool, it's a triangle. Yeah, isn't that nuts to imagine? Some of the buildings are literally older than our entire country, in the history of our country. I mean, yeah, we're such newborns in terms of the world. This is kind of a sore on the eyes, especially with all these beautiful beaches here. I mean, it needs to generate power somehow, but I'm just assuming that's what it is, by the way. Alright, to the next European city we go. Beecham, you inspired me. I think we gotta do a tour of Europe here. We're gonna go major city to major city. Alright, so we covered Spain. Lisbon, yeah, I could go over to Portugal, but such similar vibes, I feel like, in that like Spanish, Latin. So maybe I'd do French. French, English, or German. Where's Germany, by the way? Yeah, do your thing, Rusty. I'm getting hungry myself, honestly, man. I gotta start thinking about what I want to make or go order, or maybe I even go out to eat. Alright, Hamburg, I'm pretty sure is definitely in Germany, so I really wish I could. Yeah, map view. Blend view? No. I want satellite, but I wish I could have... No, that's not right. It's not that either. I guess I'll just run with it, because I don't know how to change it right now. Most beautiful places to fly in Europe. Let's see what the list tells me. Austria. I mean, it could just be alphabetical. That's the first thing to pop up. What parts of Austria? Alright. Now let's go over to the maps. And yeah, alright, gotcha. That seems like a decent place to go. A lot of national parks. I don't know anything about Austria, so I'm just trying to figure out where to even fly to right now. Is Budapest really in Austria? Did I not know that? No, it's in Hungary. Alright, we're going to Hungary then. Which way? Set that up right. I feel like I want to go to the south based on where I elected, not the north. Find out in just a moment, though. Yeah, this is the right way. So far, not very exciting, but I feel like I don't know if I've reached the actual city. You might also need to go inland to see anything. Some bad renderings out here. Oh wow, that's a building. That's the Budapest I know. Alright. Let's see somewhere else. That wasn't that good. Alright, we'll go from... Oh, of course I clicked off. Let's see what this looks like at night. Even though I typically don't, love flying in the mountains at night.
Sync rate.
Yeah, what?
Sync rate.
That didn't work. Alright, we'll go from here to here.
Lima Foxtrot, Kilo, X-ray traffic. Alpha Sierra, X-ray Golf Sierra. Taking off, runway tree. Departure to the south. Lima Foxtrot, Kilo, X-ray. Alright, we're going to raise some altitude, pick up some speeds. We can
bank it around without running into these mountains. And we're going to attempt a night landing at Courchevel. So sketchy how low I am to them. Just would absolutely never do this in real life. I saw it out that way. Yeah, I can see it. There it is. Alright, let's start killing some of the airspeed. We're gonna go half flaps. Not half, but 15. Start dipping our altitude. Maybe kill more speed by putting the landing gear out. Alright, I just got it. I see it now. So hard to tell how it's lined up. Oh, I'm way off and way too high.
Sink rate. Sink rate.
Yep, I know.
Sink rate.
We need more
Sink
flaps.
rate.
Flaps. Sync rate is fine now, and we're still coming in too fast. Alright, full flaps.
Sink rate. Sink rate.
Rudder
Sink
control, get us down.
Pull up. Pull
I know.
up.
I know.
Pull up. Pull up. Sink rate.
That's
Sink
too high,
rate.
too high, too high, too high.
Sink rate.
Way too hard of a crash. Yeah. And too much speed. I am amazed I held that, but that was, if you saw it from another point of view, probably a very unpretty landing. But for the first attempt, it's not bad. That's a tough one too. I'll have to show you that during the day, because right here is like a cliff. I've seen it before, and like it's a cliff pretty much. Yeah, kinda. A tiny bit, I caught it. But I think I bounced off the runway slightly. Because when I came back down the second time, I mean, that would have hurt so bad in real life, landing that hard. There was no smoothness to it. You know what? I can't really mess with the... Like, the wind and settings are just kind of what they are in terms of in-game. Like, I'm sure I could figure out a way to change them. But... Where is... Oh, it's the landing. There's a bunch of landing challenges here where you can do like strong wind, epic places, famous airports, precision landing, stuff like that. I kind of want to do some strong wind ones. see. Bushmaster. Yes. I will find one with that. They got the rallies. I feel like there's even some. I could have sworn there were other ones with like bushcraft. Yeah, not really as much. Yeah, that is a better one. This is an aviation savage. Yeah, it's a cub crafter. So that's more of bushcraft too. I might do that one. I want there to be a strong wind, but a bushcraft and strong wind is a tough combination. Be like a kite. Oh, there we go. There is one. Cub crafters. Alright, let's try this. I don't think I've ever done this one too. It's called Skyline. I don't even know where we are. Looks like northern US. They kind of like flipped the map when they showed me this. I think we're in like the northern central US, or maybe on the, maybe right in the cusp of Canada. I will say, even though this is like a totally different vantage point, being in these airplanes, these are surprisingly easy to operate in real life. But they're intimidating, loud, and my god, that bank angle sitting up in the pilot seat. I don't know how they see anything like on the runway, for example, being in this. You're just staring at the front of your plane, pretty much. So where am I going? Let's go. Getting subs from the stream. I love it. This is honestly such a relaxing game to come and do too, which is such a nice change of pace sometimes from playing playing Gran Turismo. Yo, 70 view. What? I see that now. My god. What is going on? Portal, what's happening, bro? It's great to see you in the races last night, Portal. Or, I mean, the more casual learning. I shouldn't even call it races. Oh my god. That is the tiniest runway I've ever seen. For how grand all of this is, like, that's what they give me? That's what I have to aim for. Alright, now I know where it is, though, so I'm going to restart that. That's a bogus runway. Yeah, you missed some Spain action, Portal. I literally brought up your name, too. I was like, hey, Portal wants to see some Spain. I know he might not be here, but we're going to go check it out. Beecham and I were flying around Barcelona. He was doing some Googling for me, trying to figure out what different things were called. We saw a pretty sick fort. They have a pretty crazy strategic, like, fort position that overlooks, like, the entire, I guess, like, ocean from right there. Just because it's up super high. But the even cooler part, they have this, I'm sure you've seen pictures of it online. They're, the fact that he told me what it's called, I still don't remember. The Basilica La Sagrada Familia. It's pretty much like the world's biggest cathedral. It's nuts to go see. Alright, let's see if we can do this. On my other account, I have the career mode super far, and I'll have to recommit to it. I just didn't feel like restarting the career mode on my PS5 because it takes forever to progress. But as you get farther up the ladder, you kind of climb up levels, there's some crazy missions. Some of my favorite are in the Cup Crafters, like this exact plane. You go around and you do search and rescue ones around the globe. So different people are like stranded in the mountains in their car, and you'll like see their car broken down when you finally spot them. But the hardest part is you're flying around for like half an hour just trying to find them. There's tons of other ones too, like you can do like agricultural farming missions where like you're like the spray plane that goes over a field. This is so much speed. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's too much speed. I don't like this one purely because the runway is super small. I feel like I have no like sight on it until I'm too close. Yeah, we can do famous actually, because these are cool. Oh, get out of here, Portal. It's never embarrassing, man. You kidding me? I mean, half of us are just trying to learn it too. Granted, like I'm not even doing the 2000 race. I kind of wish what's it called, signed up for that. But I'm pretty sure when he first announced it, I checked my schedule and I'm busy for that Sunday or whenever it is. But yeah, man, don't even sweat stuff like that. You kidding me? That was me not too long ago at all. Where I'd be joining all these AB guys and yeah, I half the time just couldn't even keep it on track. Ooh, France. Could go to Nice. Rio in an Airbus. Alright, we gotta try that. That's a crazy combo. Slow, how you doing, man? So much stressful racing. That's nice to just chill it out sometimes. Have some relaxing flying. No complaints for today. That's so funny, Portal. That's hilarious. Yeah, let's definitely run some lobbies later tonight, though. And same for you guys, too, if you guys want to join Beecham Slow. I know Beecham will put us all to shame, but yeah, it's still fun to cruise with some fast guys. That's how you get faster. I mean, that's literally what I've had to do. It's been my journey to be this last month or two. Alright, I have control of the plane, and it looks like... Yup, I predicted that. My instruments don't work. I can't turn the engine down either. Yeah, literally Portal. Yeah, Beecham's a fast boy. Are you A plus or just A, Beecham? I always forget. Yeah, we'll run some lobbies. I'm super game. Yeah, Beecham, if you even want to host it live, or one of you boys too, feel free. I might be live later, but I don't know. When it comes to racing, sometimes I just find it better just to hop in, not be live, and have to focus on chat and all that. Oh, you're only DRB? I don't know why I thought you were already DRA or A+. Well, nonetheless, I know you're faster than me. I know you have like a solid second on most of my times. But yeah, I don't know why I misremembered that. Also, I have no idea what I'm doing here, since this plane's not cooperating. Let's go to the main menu. Yeah, your pace is definitely A level for sure. Just even like the times I've seen comparatively, you're racing with different people, you're learning with lead, all that kind of stuff. Or even just watching your streams too. I feel like it's pretty apparent to me. And then comparing our times as well, I mean, it just kind of becomes obvious in terms of who's slightly faster, who has what edge. Even I, being a low-end B, I've raced with some A guys that I can tell don't deserve to be A. And I've raced with B guys like you that I feel like are clearly A. So it's funny how it kind of goes both ways for different drivers. Yeah, seriously, Portal. Legit. I'm down to do Rio, but I want to be in a smaller plane. Yeah, this is definitely it. There's Rio de Janeiro. Christ the Redeemer. Let's go check him out. See how Christy boy's doing these days. Our good old boy JC. Oh, they put the Bell UH-1H in here because of the Stranger Things from Netflix. That's so cool. And I realized they added that helicopter. This thing's from like the 60s, 70s, like an old American heli. I picture like that song, the classic Vietnam song. I can't even think of what it's called. But anytime I picture that plane, I just picture like those like Vietnam music songs. Alright. Take off from there. Actually, yeah, I've never done a heli in Rio, so we're gonna do that. I was debating getting in something like a little more shifty and fast to fly around, more of a jet-like, but I think this will be better for exploring, more of like a tour type scenario. Alright, yeah, we're gonna take all of the markers off. We're just gonna free ball it, guys. You seriously should get a Portal. Are you on PS5, PS4, PC? I assume not Xbox, because I feel like we wouldn't have been able to find each other if that was the case, playing-wise. But maybe, I don't know how Gran Turismo operates, if it's all compatible that, when we play together. Alright, let's shave some of this speed. Christ the Redeemer. How do you, like, it's gotta be a hell of a hike up here. I mean, for all I know, there could be like gondolas or some kind of ski lift type scenario to get up here. Or just like sky carts, whatever they're called. Alright, let's take a hard dive now. But I'd assume you'd have to hike to get up here. Is my best guess. And all I can imagine is it probably takes hours. But anyway, Portal, depending on what console you have, I was actually explaining this to Beecham before, this game being Microsoft Flight Sim, so I don't know if you guys have even heard they're doing this, but apparently PlayStation is now, and Sony is acquiring the rights, and they're not like owning the rights, but it's more like, I guess they're buying it for loan off of Microsoft, where they can now sell a lot of Microsoft games in store. So I know Halo's coming at some point, like that's probably the biggest one that's a Microsoft game, but this just came out like not even a month ago, I think, or maybe a little more than that. But the game's been out, I think, for about a year, maybe a little less, on Microsoft 2024. This one's brand new, and they're constantly doing updates. It's so super sick. But my whole long spiel, you know, I'll try and shorten it anyway. My point being is if you really want to get into this, like the simulator way, which is so much more fun to fly, is they have all these flight controls that they sell at like places like Best Buy. And then you just gotta look up Microsoft flight sticks, so to speak. Like Turtle Beach has a Velocity 1 that's super cool, or the more common one is called a HOTAS, It's called the HOTAS 1. But the only problem is, for PlayStation, there's only one version of the HOTAS, like all flight sticks included, that works for the PlayStation. So all the flight sticks I own have pretty much become useless now that I'm playing this on PlayStation. Which I go back and play it on Xbox, that way I can actually use them. But the only problem is then I can't broadcast direct for my YouTube streaming. I mean, maybe I can for my Xbox, but I just haven't really set it up just because I use my PlayStation more. And to answer your comment, by the way, yes, flying in GTA is very different. That was probably the first way I got into flying in a game. I would literally hop into GTA Online just to go fly. Like, I was that kid. Wouldn't even go, like, shoot people or play. I would just go find some kind of an aircraft and go fly it around. And so I finally decided from that, I was like, oh, like, I need to get Microsoft Flight. And so I bought a super cheap used Xbox just so I could have the compatible flight sticks to go play it. Because I used to have an Xbox growing up, but in the last couple of years I upgraded to PS5 just because it's, I mean, it really is that much better. Not only graphics-wise, but I feel like even quality-wise, just the latency. I've heard that, yeah, for Steam. Seriously. PC seems to be the way to go for the future, Beecham. In every regard, not even just streaming too, but compatibility of games. Everything's on Steam nowadays, you know. Meanwhile, us console players have to struggle with all this compatibility stuff. And then Steam guys just have everything. And beyond, too. They even have, like, new editions that you can't get on console. Good example of that, I'm going to mess up what it's called. I could probably look it up pretty easily. It's on the tip of my tongue here. I really don't know what it's called. But anyway, there's this game on PC that I saw. A pretty famous streamer. My memory is just shit. I apologize. But, I could look up his name, I forget, but anyway, a pretty famous streamer that I used to watch was playing this for a while, and it was essentially like a multiplayer lobby dinosaur game where every single person was a different type of dinosaur, whether it be like a raptor or like this giant mega gator, or like some people were pterodactyls. And you had one life, had to go around, other people could kill you, but if you progressed that life and didn't die and kept it going, I mean, you could make a pretty big, like, T-Rex or something like that. And it's not the Ark Island Survivor game, if you've ever heard of that. Because I know that's a dinosaur game, but this was more like you are the dinosaur. And you actually control him and have to go fend off and fight people. Yeah, that's probably the only PC Steam game I've ever seen that I've been like, why isn't this available on any console? I can't even remember the name of it, too. Oh, apologies. I just saw your comment portal. Yeah. Yeah, the HOTAS at Micro Center. I was just looking at that for PlayStation 5. Because I need to order one that's, what is it called? The T-Flight HOTAS 4, I think is the only one that's compatible for PlayStation. Versus if you do have Xbox or PC, I mean, it's pretty much endless in terms of the amount of flight sticks you could buy. Also, I'm not really paying attention. I'll take you guys some cooler places. I feel like I get so hung up in chat that, in a good way, too. Like, I love just chatting with you guys. But I get so distracted by myself that I almost forget what I'm doing in gaming. In Ark Raiders, I was debating downloading that. For me, though, personally, I just tried the game pretty recently before, maybe a couple months, is the Helldivers 2. And Ark Raiders kind of gave off that vibes to me, so I didn't really want to download it for that reason. even though it does seem more like open world-esque. Also, on that topic, Portal, I have been debating all week just generically making this page more of like a gaming channel, if anything, but I don't know. I mean, give me your opinion. I almost feel like I want to just commit to one game and maybe play like something like this as like a chill alternative time. Because I feel like that's better for seeing people all the time that you recognize and actually like making friends. And I don't want to say building a community because I mean my channel's so new, so I'm not even close to doing anything like that. But seriously, just like making friends and meeting people, I feel like I'm probably better off if I stick to the same games versus jumping around. But on the contrary, you could say you might get a broader audience if you kind of jump games, but you're not really going to get like loyal supporters, so to speak. They're constantly coming back because they're probably sticking to their 1 or 2 games that they play. I completely agree, Beecham. Seriously. Yeah, maybe on that point, man. Seriously, consider when you're streaming, and maybe you already do this, I don't know. Think about if like there's any other chill games you play that are just like more able to engage. Because I am the same way, especially being a newer streamer. I can't race and talk with people. Like I can do it, but like I'm not going to be racing good. Or the opposite, if I'm going to be racing good, I'm pretty much ignoring chat. That's not a bad idea too, especially for different titles. Yeah, like I was even debating doing this live on my Sir Drones a Lot drone channel, but I don't really make content there anymore. That's more just like a hobby I like to do for fun now. Like I fully said with that one, like I don't really, if people ask me to, like friends and neighbors, you know, I'll come do a shoot of their house or something like that, kind of put together a quick video. But yeah, I feel like I don't really enjoy creating content there versus like just physically flying. But with gaming, I mean, it's so easy to create content, and it really is that easy comparatively. I don't have to open up all these apps for editing and stuff like that. And I'm sure if I wanted to, I could make it more advanced. But I pretty much just use like phone apps, you know, and that's half the reason I do enjoy the ease of gaming content more. Yeah, well said, Portal, too. Just like what Beecham said, you really gotta attract your tribe, so to speak, the games that you're most interested in. And for me, that does tend to be the more simulated games. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the war games and all that, too. You know, I play Armor Reforger, play anymore. At least for me. But yeah, I was into GTA for a while. I play NHL, play FIFA, play a lot of sports games, Madden, all that stuff. Yeah, I do have my Part 107. I'm amazed that you know what that is, Beecham. Spot on. I had no idea that you knew so much about aircraft, Beecham, and even just flying in general. I mean, just to say Part 107, clearly you're a guy who has some experience with drones. Rusty, welcome back, man. That's a really good point. It's either one game or one genre, which, I mean, this kind of does at least fit into the genre because it's a simulator type game, similar to using my wheel. But, yeah, I agree with that. It kind of has to be one or the other. It's such a pain, Beecham. It really is. It really is. Because to get the rec license, I mean, you just do like that e-trust safety thing online. You get it in like 10 minutes. That's easy. Anyone can go fly. And even if you don't want it, so to speak, it's nice to at least have like something on your phone or a piece of paper that says I'm a recreational flyer and have a license. But yeah, the Part 107 was a whole nother beast. You have to like actually study for it. Jesus Christ, it sucked. But luckily for me, that most of the testing centers for, I mean, granted for like any license you really could acquire in life, there's a lot of testing centers in the Whistling area. Not only for flying and like driving and stuff like that, but I mean this goes for most areas, but especially for business. I think it's called like, it's something diagnostics, and it's a company that operates out of Worcester. Yeah, even with GT7, right? It's amazing how there's subgenres within it, Rusty. You know, you got your guys who are doing dailies, you got the more advanced people that are practicing doing nations, manu, all that stuff. And then you got your casual drivers too, that are just going for open lobbies, you know, looking for a good time. And even within open lobbies, you have such a different array of what people are looking for. Whether it's just like a NASCAR simple track, or they're looking for the tougher tracks, are they looking to be in a VGT and just ram each other and not care, or are they looking to actually have serious races? I've even hosted a couple before I did live streaming. Might do it again as like a side thing for GT7, just because I don't know. I mean, my races are entertaining to me at least, and like I obviously love hanging out with everyone while they come and watch me race, or if I'm doing my own open lobbies. But I feel like the most attraction I've got for people in open lobbies was when I did the livery, or whatever they're called, the car meets, where you essentially just put them at the what is it? It's not Fuji. I think it's Tokyo Expressway, and everyone meets at that one end. Portal, we'll definitely catch you later, man. One of us will be hosting a lobby at some point. I don't know who's going to host it. I'll gladly do it if no one else wants to. But if not, yeah, just look for one of us on live or something, or at least hosting a lobby. Always appreciate you stopping by in the drone zone, man. Also, Beecham, I see you so often. Congrats, sir. I did this to everyone yesterday when I was streaming. Did it to Portal, Rusty, Slow, pretty much everyone who was in here. Yeah, anyone who I know, who I feel like I stop in their streams, I see them in other streams all the time. You guys are all mods, seriously. I trust you guys enough, and I appreciate your guys' presence, that even if you just stop in every now and again, it doesn't matter to me. I so greatly appreciate the support, guys. And it's so cool that we all kind of like know each other now at this point, recognize each other's names, you know, stop in each other's streams, see each other racing. I mean, vast majority of it, granted I have seen a lot of you guys in other streams, is probably due to LED, I would say, is how I met most of you. You do the show and shine before each race in the lobbies? There we go, Rusty. Know what I've just been doing in GT7 that I feel like is new to me? It's not really like anything impressive. It's just like more, I had no idea it was really a feature until I saw somebody else do it. I knew about the car washes. I didn't know about the oil changes, funny enough. And then I went in there and like it said that your car needed an oil change, and I was like, oh, I wonder if this is actually affecting my races. Alright, where to now? South Africa? Nah. Let's go to Madagascar. Other than that kids movie, I've seen the first one. I can shamefully admit it that I've seen the first Madagascar, guys. And other than that movie, I have 0 sense, clue, or even like imagination as to what this country looks like. I just picture it as a giant jungle. But like looking at this map, it looks like what, like maybe a fourth of it is even jungle. Just that one coast. Alright, what's the most popular city? that's kind of what I imagined Beecham, is that dailies it wouldn't affect because that would just be unfair if that was the case. But for any kind of career mode, power pack, anything like that, it would matter. Yeah. That makes the most sense to me, too. Also, what are these super lit up options? Or islands? Well, I'm calling it options. Isn't that hilarious how, like, Madagascar is so large and that these are the populated areas? I mean, maybe because it's so wild and dense of forest and animals that, like, it's uninhabitable. I don't know. But I feel like it probably has a pretty large population compared to what I'm imagining. Is there just, like, no airport here, by the way? Oh, there we go. We got a city here. So there's departure. We're going to do a day flight in Madagascar. How do I change this? There we go. You did on a report on it in the 9th grade. That's hilarious. That would be so nice if you could honestly do that, right? Change liveries and oil in the lobby menu. You know what kills me? And I don't really understand why this is the case sometimes. Also, why is that so bright? Wow. Let me turn that down. I don't understand why in some lobbies you're able to go to the race shop to buy tires, and for some lobbies it's locked. That I don't understand. Because there's some races that you need the tires and you're just sitting in the menu like, I can't. You know, I have to literally exit out to go get them. Alright, that's a little better. That was too bright before. That's a lobby setting? Good to know, Rusty. Very good to know. I'll have to mess with the host settings next time I have one. Where did we say that city was? Right here-ish. Yeah. Cool, now we're departing. Alright, let's go see what Madagascar looks like. Then after this, I'm probably going to go and do some wilder takeoffs and landings. Because unless I have like a cool city that I know is going to be pretty exciting to go fly around, sometimes I'll be honest, like some of the cities I get to are just duds. You know, I'm just kind of winging it right now coming here to Madagascar. But I know of a couple heaters that I'll show you guys. Like there's one in Africa that's actually pretty wild. I mean more central mainland. Speaking of which, I mean this looks identical to parts of Africa, so which we're in. But it's funny how certain countries just kind of have like a vibe throughout the entire country, like the entire ecosystem, what it looks like. Versus places like Europe and US are just so different depending on where you go. Hot Rod, you know it, man. I'm helping you do your job, bro. I'm just slinging some Zaws from the sky, man. Try to make it so you can get onto some GT7, bro. We're in Madagascar, and I know nothing about the cities here. Also, I can't imagine a country like this is like properly rendered. Like I'm sure this is very accurate, but especially when it comes to like the jungle, that's probably a little tougher to replicate, especially looking at it from the sky. Alright, I'm gonna show you guys a cooler one. And can I get a hot rod? You ever seen that commercial? Y'all know the reference I'm talking about. And can I get a hot tub? is, I'm not even gonna show you guys it. We're just gonna go right to it. I don't know how to pronounce this, but like Mate Kane, Mate Kane, no idea, one of the two. But get ready, you guys are in for a little treat. It's not gonna like stun you visually in terms of the area, but I think the airport's gonna stun you. Let's get in like a cub crafter or something like that. That could be fun, but it's not fast enough. This thing looks like it would break on the runway. Made out of wood. Oh, this thing's light. So slow though. Is that really my best one? What then? Alright. Cup crafter it is. Ooh, Viking Air. Alright, there it is. Zen Aviation. Last thing is let's make it daytime. That's too bright. We'll do like that. Start flight. Alright. Oh, this actually might not be the best plane for you guys to see this. Hold on. Let me think about this. I mean, I can just do it from this view, I guess. Yeah, it's fine. I'll do it from the chase view. So this is a real airport. Just be prepared to be amazed. So we're gonna go to the end here. Yeah, you've seen this place. It's nuts, man. It really is nuts. You could not pay me enough. And same with Lukla in Nepal. That's up by Everest. You could not pay me enough to come take off or land here. Alright, come on. A little more power. There we go. Is that enough runway? I have so much more, but I think I'll have enough power to do this here. I really don't want to turn around again, so. Full force, we're going for it. I'm going so far off. Alright, that's fine. These planes are so light, that's fine. Not a big deal. Imagine that, if you mess up your runway. Oh, that's nuts. Like, it's just a cliff. Yeah, too much airspeed. In real life, the plane would have came apart. I was treating this thing like a Red Bull plane. When in reality, the wings would just tear apart if you get this thing coming in too fast. Yeah, it's insane. It's like the top of a cliff. I mean, granted, no one would ever really be flying here down in the valley. Probably be a lot higher up. Also, let me get up in the sky real quick. Oh, I'm losing so much airspeed. just want to show you where we are. We are in the middle of nowhere. Man, this plane is slow. Let's gain some airspeed. Alright, yeah, it's gonna take me way too long to gain elevation to show you. It's insane, man. Let's go do some of the other crazy ones. I could do the Challenge League. I haven't done it on this account. I've only done it on the other one. Yeah, let's do some Challenge League. I haven't done that in a while. So Challenge League, pretty much, I'll show you what it constitutes of. They're only 3 per week, and each one's a different style, but they pick from this giant list of activities, excluding the Stranger Things one at the beginning. But it's usually either an air race, or I don't know if that's actually included. That's a newer part of the game. It's a rally race, a low altitude challenge, or a landing challenge. And even within those, I mean, there's so many of them. Like, these are just the examples, but there's tons within that. Same with the rally races. There's usually a good amount of those. Or I guess not too many. Rally races are a lot of fun. You're pretty much going through gates and different types of planes. That you have to be more cognizant of the G-forces. Same with the low altitude. You're just in such a fast plane. The idea is how low of an altitude you can keep while trying to get to a certain destination. So you get points based on how low you are to the ground, pretty much. So let's do a low altitude one, because those are actually kind of exciting. See how low we can keep it until we get to the destination. I will say though, it's a little more like there's some discrepancy between one person's run and another, because the game's pretty much trying to self-determine what your overall score is depending on what your average height above the trees was, or I guess just your average altitude. Alright, let's see if we can do this one. I'm gonna try another view because that's probably easier for an altitude challenge. So even though I could go slower right now, I gotta make sure I don't black out my pilot too. Alright, let's start raising here. I could go slower right now, but it also gives you points. Oh, I should have gone right between that valley. It also gives you points depending on how fast you do this challenge, how fast you get to your end result. Yeah, Maverick pulling through. I need Goose on my tail, man. Or Goose to lead the way. In the last Microsoft Flight Sim, they had a bunch of Top Gun challenges. That was such a blast. There's one that I want to find for this game that I saw somebody made in like custom content. I just don't know how to download it yet, but you can go land on actual aircraft carriers, like kind of like what you were describing for Coronado. But for the time being, I've really only like gone landed at actual airports. Also, I don't know what I'm doing right now, why I started taking the path I did. Let's try the other one. These are fun, but almost too simple. The challenge of the low altitude ones is really just trying to read the terrain. Because there's so many situations where if you have too much speed, you can't really dip into a valley to like increase your score by staying low. So it's kind of a mix of both speed control and altitude control. This is also a healthy mix of both. 'Cause in this one, you are trying to just flat out get the best speed you can, but obviously you can't really abuse the G-forces and make your guy black out. Whoa. Alright, let's get the throttle going, because I feel like I'm just crashing right now. Alright, there we go. Alright, a little more throttle control would be nicer. Throttle control is just impossible on controller, that's the problem. Because it ends up indenting to like the next, like, and when I say indent, it'll go from like 25 to 10, opposed to having gradual manual control with an actual throttle on a flight stick. Alright, oh, I did that too soon. I did that maneuver too soon. Ended up killing all my airspeed and I stalled. It's kind of like chase cam versus bumper cam. Both have different benefits and cons. You can definitely see a lot better your path in this one, but you have a lot less precision, I think, when it comes to actually controlling the plane. Ooh, saved it. I dipped upside down for too long. Yeah, I did that too smooth. I'm gonna have to... This might stall it. Yeah, I had a feeling that was gonna stall it. The problem with these extra light vehicles, I mean anything that resembles like a Red Bull plane, is the wings act as like almost mega flaps in the sense that they're great at gliding, and that's why you need so much power behind these things to be able to do these rallies and go through gates. But when you take away the power, I mean you could even have the power on, but I don't know how to really word this, what I'm trying to say. But essentially, when you're taking a too gradual of a turn, this applies for all planes, but especially in these, like I'll show you here. If I take way too gradual of a turn, like a hard left, all of my airspeed gets eaten at once. Like the wings just eat it all. They act as like massive flaps almost. And so it makes the plane super agile and able to control, especially when they're light planes like a Red Bull plane. But on the contrary, if you don't have max throttle, when you're doing a sharp turn, you're pretty much going to stall and die, like this. So I can put the nose back up to try and recover it a little bit, but you just don't have the airspeed. It's like a kite in the wind. And so this is where the flight stick really comes in handy. Is the sensitivity that you need to apply to a plane like this is massive. You can't just be ripping it, kind of like a GR1 car. You gotta be very softly applying every single maneuver. But that being said, it also has wild capabilities when you do push it to its limits. Kind of like right here. Oh, I didn't do it. Come on, get that, get that. Oh, that was awful. Describe, or what do you mean by FFB? I'm sure that's an acronym I know. I hear that all the time. Like FPV, stuff like that. First person flying. So I assume that's what you're talking about, like a first person type thing. But what do you mean by FFB for joysticks? Oh, force feedback. That's a great question. Let me think about that. So on the HOTAS, I don't believe so, because I actually think that's a big issue people have, is there's no force feedback specifically on your throttle, not as much your rudder control. But I have a second one for Xbox that is a Turtle Beach Velocity one, and on that one I'm fairly certain there's force feedback. Because I have to like physically pull that one, and it almost wants to pull back the center after I do that. And I feel like I get feedback on my responses to what's happening in the air. Like all this wind right now I'd be feeling. But with the HOTAS, you're just cutting through the air, really. And I also do wonder, naturally, if the game just offers it, other than the capabilities of the joysticks. Like on my controller, I feel like I sense it, but I do wonder if it actually is there. Or if it's just me imagining it. Because I can feel it, like when you're, what am I trying to say? When you're going against turbulence or something like that. You can feel every ounce of wind. Would it be under flight model? No. Flight interface. Aerodynamic visualization, that's off. We don't need that. That's all camera advanced options, maybe. Yeah. Realism, disable crash damage, icing effect is on, turbulence is realistic, G effect. Oh, that's only for jet pilot. That's weird. And here's the crazy part of your controls, especially once you have a flight stick setup connected here. You just come over and like pretty much click the flight stick, then go over and reset everything. You can. This is the most nuanced control setup thing I've ever experienced. You can literally edit anything you could imagine. So like here's the radio, and this has 100 settings you can go mess with. You know what I mean? And that's for every single one. And it's no different for flight controls. Every single one, you can mess with your rudder, elevator, trim, secondary for your axis, flaps, spoilers too, primary controls for your thrust and throttle. What else? Your lights, your interior and exterior lights, your instruments and systems. You know, you can mess with the electronics and what control operates each different thing that you're looking at. If you want to set your autopilot controls, if you want to mess with your brake controls and what's toggled where on your flight sticks. Like you can reintegrate your entire flight stick to pretty much, and same with your controller, to pretty much fly however you want to fly, which is the craziest part of this game. You could spend hours in these settings, just making it more compatible to how you like it. Oh, I can't even imagine on P. Yeah, you bring up an amazing point there, Beecham. Seriously, wow. That's wild. I can't imagine on a keyboard what those integration controls look like. Because you have so many different compatibility options. Like on my flight stick, I mean, I have a good amount, but nowhere near the amount of controls on a keyboard. It's probably like half of that, I would say. Do your thing, Hot Rod. Do your thing if it's a bad connection. It could also be my end, too. I don't know if there's any correlation here, but I have noticed anytime I'm streaming this game, the connection doesn't seem to be very stable with my live stream. So again, I don't know if they're correlated, but this game definitely does take up a lot of data on console, wherever you have it downloaded. And it's not even just the amount of data for like the actual game, but like I feel like it's also the constant rendering everywhere you go. Alright, this is not the move right now. I need a flight stick if I'm gonna do that for the rally race. For now, we will go... Let's go to an activity. Same with the Red Bull. I'd show you guys that, but like, for that kind of vehicle, you really need flight stick. Any Stranger Things fans in the house? I just caught the last season when it dropped not too long ago. My girlfriend's super into the show, so she made me watch it with her. I shouldn't say made. I enjoyed it. I did. I've watched every season with her, you know, and I caught up on this last one. And yeah, it was fun. You know, it's a really cool show if you're into that kind of stuff. But I love that they added this. I've already completed all of them on my other account on my Xbox, but it's pretty sick. Especially the last two, the Red Tremors and Rescue Rift, because you go to the Upside Down. You can do some Hawkins heli tours. Coolest part of the show, not even premise, that I enjoyed is I love how it's all in like the 70s too. Like the whole vintage style of it all. That's super fair, man. It's really not for everyone. And I felt like the more I kept watching too with my girlfriend, like don't get me wrong, it's good, it's solid, but like the farther you get into it, and even at the start of the show too, because they're like that's them at their youngest, it's a kid's show. To its core, it's a kid's show, you know. Landing challenges. Yeah, spot on, man. Yeah. Let's find some strong win ones here. I remember Orlando was one of the ones I struggled with. Oh, I lost you after that, Rusty. Yeah. My brother and I, especially, have always loved like a good like horror type show-ish. I don't even know what to classify that genre as. Like the whole zombie stuff and horror. I love that kind of genre, which kinda was the main appeal there at the start. But then after season 2, I mean, my girlfriend just made me keep up with it just because she loved it so much. So anytime it was new dropping, I had to be on top of it. I'm trying to think what else I've seen recently other than like race stuff. Hey, do your thing, Beecham. Greatly appreciate you even hanging out, man. Yeah, you guys seen any new movies or TV shows or anything like that? I'm always looking for stuff, so if you ever got any good recommendations, let me know. I'm quite the, That's a real... Like, that kind of speaks to a lot of, series. And some movie series, too. But it's funny how, like, when certain ones start getting more broader, like, appeal and, like, more massive audience, they start almost kind of losing what made the show or movie great in the first place, you know? Just, like, its base core of what it was. Because it's almost like a whole recipe that, like, these studio heads are doing, where it's like, oh, we have to... You know, we have to appeal to all audiences, and we have to be inclusive, and we have to show diversity, and we have to... Like, you know, there has to be this type of character. Like, there's always, you know what I mean? Like, aside from the base, like, the obvious example, where you see, like, every ethnic group being shown in a show, that's almost too obvious to me, where I'm like, they're just trying too hard. The most recent one I've seen is, like, they're doing all this, like, I don't know what to call this movement that's going on in the world, guys. And seriously, zero judgment from me at all to what sexuality a man or woman is. You know, it's like, hey, to each their own, whatever your sexual choices are. But if you guys noticed that, like, they're getting a lot more, like, inclusive with that kind of stuff in, like, shows and movies. And it's almost kind of distracting, where it's like, why is that a premise of the show? You know what I mean? But again, zero judgment, you know? I respect all people for who they are, who they like, what their orientations are. I don't judge, and I honestly try to avoid talking about that kind of stuff in chat. But that being said, I'm noticing it all the time when it comes to TV shows and movies. Fringe, yeah, I've heard of that one, man. That one is an all-time show. I feel like that's the type of show that's on a lot of people's lists for, like, best shows ever. but it's getting older at this point, right? Like I don't even know when Fringe was made, but I feel like it's definitely on a lot of lists. I started watching what was it called? The Sopranos not too long ago, and I love that. It was after I binged Godfather and what's the other one that De Niro's in? I saw The Godfathers, and then I saw that movie De Niro's in. That's like the old-timey Italian one. The Goodfellas, that was also really good. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's a really good way of wording that, Rusty. Oh, slow. Good to know. Yeah, I might switch over in a little bit, man. I was gonna hop off the stream. How far in am I? It's 3:30 now. I'm probably gonna end the stream in the next half an hour or so, slow. Around 4 my time. And then I'll be back on to do some racing within like a half an hour after that, just because I do want to eat some lunch at some point. But anyway, as I was saying, Rusty, that's a great way of wording that. It's like they are louder, so to speak. Ozark. I loved Ozark. I could see that too with a show like Ozark, where it's not directly hiding stuff from you in terms of like, you know, like clues within the show about what's to happen and all that, but it is funny how, because there's so much details happening of what's constantly going on, that I probably need to go back and watch it myself just to fully get the full picture of anything I missed. Yeah, I love Ozark. That was a great show. One of my all-time favorites, I would say. And Ozark just kind of made me think of it just because it was a long binge of a show to watch. Breaking Bad, that's a great one. I had a lot of fun binging Breaking Bad. Same with the movies and the other stuff that came later, like Better Call Saul. Whoa. This rain is... This is wild, this turbulence. I gotta get way over right here. I don't know if I'm gonna get it. Yeah, look at that. I'm so off base right now. I mean, maybe I can bring it down. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm still like, I'm at the end of the runway and I still haven't touched down. Wow. The wind, though, really stopped me on like a dime. That was very ungraceful, but we survived. We're on the ground. Yeah, we're doing lobbies, Rusty. Yeah, slow. I'm probably gonna wait till after I eat lunch, just because I still haven't eaten yet. I had like a later breakfast, early lunch, I guess, but yeah, once I'm off within the next like 20 minutes-ish, I'm gonna quickly grab a bite and I'll hop right back on to play with you guys. The Callister flight sim. Oh my god. If you wanted to see something impressive, I wish I could show you my flying in an actual flight stick. Yo, Paulie, welcome in, man. You're not the Paulie I recognize, but you're a new Paulie, and you're always welcome, bro. I will gladly go to Helsinki. I thought you were Paulie Mazda for a second. Welcome into the stream, bro. I do a lot of GT7 racing, but in my free time, I just like anything simulator. So I always try and hop on here for Microsoft Flight Sim. But thanks for stopping by, man. Greatly appreciate the suggestion. I'm gonna check it out. Here's the embarrassing part as an American. So obviously I know Helsinki, but I don't know where it is. Helsinki. Capital of Finland. Alright. I'm also gonna have to pull it up on the map just so I can like truly get to it. Oh, alright, that's not too bad. That's easy enough to find. Helsinki. There it is. Alright, Polly. Polisi. Am I saying it right? I'm too far away from my computer to read that. Let's see if I can pronounce this. Polisi Cora? Polisi Cora Rex? Police in Finnish. It's good to know, man. I assume then you're from Finland. If you want me to fly in a certain direction around Helsinki too, here, let me go in a helicopter. And you can kind of give us a tour of what's good around Finland. I've never been to this part of Europe either. So this will be very exciting. Police dog Rex, alright. You got some great English, by the way. Is English your primary language or secondary? Being Finnish. Let's see. Also, what's your recommendation here? Police. I'm just gonna call you police. What's your recommendation? Should I do Helsinki at night or should I do Helsinki during the day? What would be more exciting to see it? English is your secondary, gotcha. I'm impressed, man, seriously. I'm very impressed. Anyone who speaks two languages like fluently, that always impresses me. And if you can speak more, my God, hats off. Yeah, I'm gonna do night unless you tell me otherwise. Alright, let's start by Finlandia Hall. Select this departure, night flight, that's good. You know what? After seeing how that just looked, I kind of want to do like dusk now, to be honest with you, because that was beautiful. So we don't want full night, we want like sunset. So like right in this, I would say. Drunk American. Yeah, Texan should be its own language, man. Seriously. That southern drawl. I mean, it's not as bad as some of the other ones, don't get me wrong. Like, I feel like there's some that are actually thicker, like Louisiana, stuff like that. But yeah, Texas is a nice one. I've even been told that I have like a slight accent, but I feel like I don't hear that often. I feel like to me I just speak normally. But some people have told me I have like a little like Boston thing going on. Why isn't this going? Fly now. Alright, there we go. Alright, police, let me know at any point if there's a direction I should be going in. Helsinki, folks. Oh, I wonder who plays there. Cool stadiums. Looks like you got like a practice facility right next door. Alright, for the purpose of a better tour too, I'll keep it in chase cam. And if the helicopter noise gets annoying, just let me know, guys. You know what, I can make this brighter for you guys too. I think the composure is a little low. Helsinki in all of its glory. Some of the buildings don't render great, but most of them look pretty beautiful. Wow. I didn't realize how much like water was dispersed across Helsinki in terms of like canal river systems, so to speak, or bays, whatever you want to call this. It's definitely got like a more Eastern European look or feel to it. I feel like I'm saying that mainly because it almost looks like just the color of the ground, I guess, looks snowish. You know what I mean? Which I feel like you typically see. I mean, it could just be the season I have it set to, too. It's all the salt on the ground this time of year. Go more south? Got you. Yeah, I felt like I was more in like an industrial area. I'll head this way. Just give me any directions in terms of stuff you know. So are you from Helsinki, by the way? I'll try and go slow so you can like, if there's any history or any kind of fun facts you want to tell us about places. Or even just spots you want to point out if you're like, hey, like there's a sick coffee shop or a sick restaurant over there. Let us know, man. You're the Helsinki expert in the chat right now. Oh, you live in the countryside, gotcha. So it's gotta be a lot of fun coming down here, if you do. Look at those boats, those are cool. Looks like I see a cruise ship out in the middle there. Here, I'm gonna try and slow it down, get a little lower. This place is beautiful, man. Wow. Unbelievable. What is that? Whoa, what is that? Alright. I gotta go down there. I'm circling back around to see these islands. That is crazy. Alright, let's see if I can do this without crashing us. Oh, it's a Viking ship. Alright, that was a bit too much rudder. Stay above the trees. Must be like a boathouse or something. Also, it's so funny how the game rendered that. It's like a picture of the boats, like 2D. I wonder if anyone lives here. I mean, I'd imagine it's like, I don't know. I can't even imagine actually what that is. Be a really cool hotel or bed and breakfast if it was. Yeah, let's go explore more. Come around the bay here. Yeah, I feel like especially when you're from there, I kind of have that experience as well, I've noticed. Especially going to places around where I live. Because, I don't know. I don't know what the word is. I feel like there is a term for this effect. But it's like, almost like because your brain is so used to seeing that, it just doesn't really impress you the same way as it does to someone who's foreign. Like, this style of architecture I find beautiful. Seriously. This is beyond amazing to me. I get it might not look super impressive, like tall buildings and like, crazy monuments and stuff like that. But this is a crazy cool city, seriously. Any European city to me as an American is usually pretty jaw wowing, jaw dropping, whatever the saying is. My brain's not even working right now. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I could see it being better, experiencing it from the road, Street View. Let's see what we got. You know what I haven't done today? It's hilarious because I just made it my thumbnail too for the new stream. I don't think I've flown Vegas yet today, guys. That's usually like the first place I go. Alright, we're gonna do a night flight so I can probably keep the composure what it is, even though apologies that looks so bright right now. Yo, Slow, thank you for the reminder. I also will sub right now. Anytime, man. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Let's see if I can even spell this. Alright. Yeah, I love seeing people's content too, so seriously. No matter what you post, I will check it out and I will like it. Alright, where to go now? Is that not Vegas? That's Salt Lake. Fort Collins. Oh, thank you, Beecham. That's so much easier. Yeah, look at Beecham actually using his mod ability, guys. I gotta step up my game. I'm the host and I didn't even like it. You're a legend, Beecham. Yeah, toss yourself out there too, man. Subs for everyone. Alright, why can't I find the helipad here? Am I blind? Oh, there it is. I can probably make it darker, actually. I guess in Vegas it's hilarious, like you can't tell how dark you're making it. Because it's just so bright. Alright, that should do. We're gonna go by helicopter. That's still super cool, man. I think it's cool anytime people kind of like come up with like a theme, so to speak, for what their channel's about. And not even just the content, but like even just matching the name, the profile pic, all that stuff. I'm excited to checking out this German TV show about this dog named Rex. Not just any dog, a police dog too. Don't underestimate how bored I get. Polisi. You'd be surprised how many rabbit holes I dive into on YouTube. Can I turn that light off? That is so bright. I don't want that on. Yeah, there's got to be a way. Maybe under general? No. Controls, bear with me, guys. Lights, exterior. I guess that. That works. There we go. There we go. Alright. Let's go experience Vegas. The new Vegas, not the old Vegas. Got Mandalay Bay here on our left. I think it's called Excalibur on the left, the pyramid. It's iconic, honestly, just because it has that that dazzling light that shoots out of the center of it. Looks like New York, New York. The Cosmopolitan, Luxor, that's what it was. I don't know why. Excalibur might be this one then, on the left here. I think it goes Excalibur, this that I'm staring at. And then I think that's New York, New York, the one with the roller coasters and all that. But yeah, you are definitely spot on. It's called the Luxor. That's right. MGM Grand, Park MGM. I don't know if any of these are it, but I know there's a new one called Aria back here somewhere. Looks high class. I want to stay there at some point in my life. I've only stayed at Paris and Caesars so far coming here. Oh, have you, Rusty? Vegas is a great place, man. I love it. Paris, the Bellagio, Caesars, the Fountain. I mean, I feel like this right here, in my mind, is like the main area when it comes to walking around where you want to go check out. But there's not a single part of the strip that isn't fun to explore. I wonder what happens if I fly through that. We're gonna find out. You think I can find Alan up on the roof? Or is it, what's his name? It's not Alan. Alan's the one who drugs them. The fat one. It's, oh my god, what's his name, guys? Doug? Think Doug's on the roof? Yeah, Fremont Street's so sick, Rusty. And Polisi, I just tell people that are foreign, I'm from Boston, because that's the easiest to understand in Massachusetts. But if you were to look it up on a map, I'm from a central city called Worcester in Massachusetts. And Worcester is actually the second biggest city in New England, which New England just constitutes like pretty much all northeastern U.S. So it's like Maine, Connecticut, Mass, Vermont, all those states. Leaving out a couple, Rhode Island, all that. Oh, it's Circus Circus. Is that what it's called? Circus Circus? You know what I'd love seeing, by the way? Let's see if we can actually see it, too. So, across from the Bellagio fountain, I think it's right here. Yeah, Worcester, Mass. Plus, most people mix it up with, like, Worcester, UK, wherever that is. So I don't think oh, you can't see it. You can see the circus tents. Yeah. So outside in front of Caesars here, they have this really cool show that I loved. I checked out. It's called Absinthe. Dude, my girlfriend and I got so drunk to check this out. It was like the first thing we did before going out on our entire night. But I mean, the thing was wild. There was like a giant like Circus Olay, like I don't even know how to describe it. Just check it out. It's called Absinthe, like the green drink, exactly like that. Yo, that's insane. Also, don't mind. Oh, did I save it? I was reading your guys' comments. You got invited to the top floor of the Strat. I feel like I know what you're talking about too. Those things they have up there. That's nuts. I've only been back once since they built the Sphere. I regret not going to a concert so badly. I wasn't sure, like, I love this kind of music too, so I was surprised I didn't do it. But I forget what I was going to do. There was some sports game on that I wanted to go to a bar and check it out and just go around town. I think it was like a hockey game or something at T-Mobile was going on. I forget. But Grateful Dead was at the Sphere last time I was in Vegas. And I stupidly didn't go. I mean, don't get me wrong. To be a Deadhead, like Grateful Dead, it is a very specific type of music. It's not for everyone. But I always grew up loving like Dave Matthews Band, stuff like that. And I can appreciate music like that. So I felt like I would have enjoyed it. But on the contrary, I mean, I love all types of music. So it's like I could go to an EDM, I could go to a jazz concert, I could go to a rap concert and be happy. I really do enjoy a variety of music. Paris, Wynn, Harris, El Dorado. You've stayed in a lot of places, Rusty. Sounds like you've been here a lot, man. Yo, maybe we have a GT7 meetup in Vegas one year, guys. We'll have Led, Sammy, Callister, all the high-end guys set it up. Get drunk, do some sim racing, hit the casino floor. Treasure Island. Do you guys know the name of... No, I'm kind of washed up at this point. Like, I love going out and, like, I'll have some drinks, have a fun time. But I'm washed up when it comes to, like, partying and stuff like that. But do you guys know the name of the hotel that hosts that EDM concert every year in Vegas? Oh, that must have been crazy, Rusty. I've honestly thought about doing that around here in East Coast. There's a couple venues like in Boston, Mansfield, stuff like that, and we have a lot of big artists. But what a cool way to see live music and get paid at the same time. Granted, you're not enjoying it the same way as you would as a concert goer, but I mean, you get the general idea. But yeah, I mean, that Dead crowd, man, they follow them everywhere. The Deadheads are real. Yo, that's insane, Beecham. Must have been a long trek down the river, too. I miss my days living in Colorado. Don't get me wrong, like, there's still beauty in living in New England, especially in the fall, winter, different seasons. But, I mean, to compare it to anywhere out west is just night and day. Night and day in terms of the landscape. I mean, you got everything super accessible out east, you know, like I drive 5 minutes in any direction. I can get anything you can imagine. Any restaurant, any chain, any store that you could need, any car dealership, like literally anything you could think of is within 5 minutes of me, you know. But that being said, it comes at the price of it's all just super flat. It's not very exciting. But I shouldn't say that. It's hilly in New England, but like there's not much going on when it comes to the landscape. Yeah, Fish too, I could see. I mean, that's so comparable to Grateful Dead, Fish. I feel like, yeah, they're pretty much super similar. Yeah, I can't say. Like, I had a bunch of buddies that were in the fish growing up, and I'm kind of a younger. I'm definitely on the younger side when it comes to the deadhead fish fans, because I'm just turning 30, so it's like I know that's a much older crowd. Even though I do appreciate the music and I love it, I probably lean more like Pink Floyd style when it comes to liking that music. But Fish being a jam band, and same with Grateful Dead, like I love a good jam band. You know, their ability to what they can do live for a live show crowd is next to none. And that's kind of where Dave Matthews, my love for that, kind of fell. Is he is a very cool live artist jam band, but I would never call him a jam band if I was to classify him because it's like it is very studio music. All right, let's go to Fremont. You might need to direct me a little bit, Rusty. I've only been here once in real life to when you say Fremont, I assume you mean Old Vegas. That's what it is. I know it's in this direction. I just don't know exactly where it is. So I'm just going to pretty much head to the end of the strip. Yeah, Dave and Tim, seriously. Beecham, you know everything, man. Jesus, you are a cultured dude. Between your travels, like your knowledge of aircraft, your knowledge of racing, your knowledge of music, you are pleasantly surprising me, Beecham. Dave and Tim is probably one of my favorite versions of listening to him, but it's also hard to compare just because I do love the whole band. I mean, I'm such a fan of Carter on drums, Carter Buford, all of them. I think I actually have a Carter jersey, funny enough. Past the Strat, a couple miles. Yeah, we'll keep going. I see the Strat. I don't know if I've flown there yet today, Slow, or even in general. Is it in a town called Cologne? Or is that just the name of the cathedral? Because I'll gladly go there next.
X-ray Golf Sierra, leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
Carter's insane, man. Seriously. Beyond insane. I mean, the entire band. Granted, it's changed over the years, obviously. Rest in peace to that one guy. I forget which bandmate it was. That may have been an early member. But, yeah. I love them. It's one of my favorite live bands. There's not many bands. I mean, there are, but there's not many that I generally do prefer live to like their actual studio tracks, but Dave will always be one. But I mean, like we said before, Grateful Dead and Fish and Pink Floyd, they all fall into that category. I'm not going past it, right? Hold on, let me switch views. Oh, is that the beginning of Fremont? I think I need to turn around. Unless it's these right here. Seriously, man. Yeah, every single guy you just listed, legit. And then all my drummer friends, especially just being like of the younger age, we're a little more into like, you know, the Blinks, the Travis Barker, stuff like that. But I always prefer those kind of styles. More classic folk jazz, I guess, mix, whatever you want to call that. Acoustic. The canopy should be visible. Yeah, I'm just going to keep going in a circle here, going down the streets, and you let me know what you see, Rusty. A couple streets over. It is this right here, right? Yeah, I feel like it's like around here. Or is it those side streets back there? Which one's Fremont? Done deal, Slow. That's gonna be the next place I go right now. Yeah, like I said, I've only been here once, so from the air, this might be a little tricky. I've been to Vegas a number of times, but Fremont Street, I've only been to once. Yeah, same. Aerial confusion is a real thing, man. Seriously. It's just such a different way of seeing what the world. Damn. Alright. Any of you East Coast? I didn't realize it was supposed to, like, absolutely snow today. Not even like a light snow. This is like, I just looked outside and wow, it is coming down. That's a storm. Alright, let's end this flight. Let's go to Cologne, Germany. I'm gonna look it up. Cologne, Germany, Cathedral. Oh, is this the thing? No, it just resembles it. Alright, so slow. This is a really cool thing that we were talking about before. I don't know if you're on with us checking this out when Beecham and I were flying through here. This resembles a lot of the cathedral in Spain. Except the cathedral in Spain is like 10 times larger. Kid you not. It is the most insane thing ever. It's called like the Sagrada Familia or something like that. It's in Barcelona. You gotta look up a picture of this thing. But I will gladly go to Cologne, Spain, because I want to see this next cathedral. Oh, anytime, Rusty. You kidding me? Thanks goes to you, man. I so greatly appreciate you guys hanging out. I really do. Seriously, it means a lot, guys. Especially being a newer streamer. Just having anyone hanging out with me is awesome. Hope you have a great rest of your day, Rusty. I'm sure we'll catch you in GT7. Alright, back to this. Let's go to Cologne. Yeah, it's just taller and wider, but just different cathedrals, you know. Doesn't necessarily make one better. Excuse me. Alright. Whoa, this is gonna be tricky to find. This is as center Midland as you could possibly be. Alright. Where is Paris in comparison? Paris is below it. There's Luxembourg, which is below it. So I'm getting near it. Is that it? Yep, I spotted it. There's Cologne. Great St. Martin's, Cologne Cathedral. Awesome. Alright, we're gonna start like right here. Probably during the day would be cooler, if I had to guess. $600 years to build Cologne, that's wild. Slow, can you look up how long it took them to build the Sagrada Familia, the one in Barcelona? Because I'm pretty sure they're like still working on that one. And I know that one's like one of the largest in the world. But that always amazes me when you hear of like how long things in Europe took to build. Because it's like US is what, like 300 years old, if that. And some of these things took longer to build. A single building took longer. It's nuts. 144, good to know. I would have assumed a lot longer that they've been working on it. And all that. 600 years in Cologne. Dude. Oh, there it is. Alright. So I'm going to loop back. First, let me kill my altitude. Kill some power, use some rudder control, that usually helps. Kill some speed. Oh, I'm sure in terms of like the globe, yeah, it's probably a nothing church. But I mean, still, man, 600 years. That's some history right there. That took that long to build. For those of you jumping in, if you're new here, this is Cologne, Germany. I'm probably pronouncing that like a total noob American, but yeah, we wanted to come check out the cathedral here, see what it's all about. We were checking out the one in Spain, in Barcelona earlier, and now we want to come see this one. Yeah, it's wild. Look at that. That thing's beautiful. Let's get some rudder control. Man. Cathedrals are so beautiful. I mean, it's just the attention to detail in every single little column and pillar. Makes you wish that everything looked like that. But I feel like there are some European cities where that's the case, where everything's very like Gothic style. You know, like Budapest, for example, or at least a vast majority of it. Yeah, right? Seriously slow. There's definitely a good amount that are like that are Gothic. What is this over here? Looks like Cologne, Germany has its own little Space Needle. It's funny, I would go to it if I ever end up visiting. Where is it? Seattle, I think, in Washington. It's just, I don't know, it's one of those attractions I have no interest like to go out of my way to see. But like if I'm there, I'll go in it, right up to the top. I mean, being this height, I will say I can see where the attraction is. I'm sure it's a crazy view. Yeah, wow, that's beautiful. I love a city with a river or a canal. Definitely adds to it. Very similar to a lot of UK, how that looks, going through London, Liverpool, all those towns. Peter Weller does, alright. I'm gonna have to check that out. I love learning about this stuff. It's kind of like you don't know what you don't know, so until you watch a documentary or read a book or hear a podcast or even just see like a clip on YouTube about it, you know, you don't really know about it. Yeah, now we're talking slow. I used to do that all the time when I played that game back in the day. Built some grand forts, cathedrals, all that. You know what I will say? I don't play the game anymore like I used to. I played it like back in like high school with buddies and stuff, and we mainly loved building. But I will say the one thing I do come across on YouTube every now and again is I love watching people just build crazy things with like their PC Minecraft. And I don't just mean like builds, I mean like worlds. Like some of the time-lapse things that people build, like a Lord of the Rings world, or like they'll build like the entire Harry Potter world, or they'll, you know what I mean? Or they'll literally build like a real city out of real life. Oh, I'm sure it's crazy different now. The game would probably amaze me if I ever hopped back on that. Building an empire, alright. Hold on, let me write that down. So I actually do want to check that out. Building an empire. Peter Weller. Dude, I greatly appreciate the rec. Not Hamburg, Cologne still. We're checking out the cathedral Slow wanted to see. Which I gotta hand it to him, this thing is beautiful. It's not nearly the size of the, I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation, Sagrada Familia. the one in Barcelona we saw. But still, I mean, the attention to detail in these Gothic cathedrals, my God, gotta hand it to them. Thing is gorgeous. Any kind of canal river city always just reminds me of like London. I think it's also just like the general width of the river too. Just so happens to like really look like it. What do I know? Alright, what time we got? 4:12. I went way past how long I was gonna say, but I'm just having too much fun here, guys. I'm gonna do one last place and then go make some food. You want to see Spain? We'll go back to Spain real quick. We'll do 2 more. How about that? I'll show you the Barcelona Cathedral again, and then if anyone else wants to see something, maybe start thinking of some wrecks. Why am I blind? There it is. Plus, I want to show you this fort too, slow. This actually was super cool. Is that it? No. Oh, here it is. Yeah, there it is, the castle. Let's do it during the day. Yeah, I'm really glad I tried Barcelona earlier. These were some really cool finds. And Beecham was Googling everything for me too. He was figuring out what everything was called. I'm gonna have to come fly here more, because this place is gorgeous. I mean, the architecture of Spain alone. I'm gonna do a quick little roundabout, just to lose some altitude. Alright, that should be enough. Whoa. Alright, so here is the old fort we were talking about. Check this out slow. I mean, it's wild because it's like, granted, obviously they're not using this for military probably capabilities anymore, you know what I mean? But just imagine back in the day, like them firing cannons off this cliff here to defend the sea. And you have the old wooden warships coming in to try and take them over. Imagine that being your job. I mean, you're far enough away, that would be a blast of a job. As long as, like, they're not firing cannons back at you, right? Plus, Beecham made a crazy good point. Not only about how this is, like, common for everywhere, but, think about the advantage you'd have strategizing, having this kind of a height. Like, that attack position is so strategic. No one's taking you over if you have that kind of a height on them, firing down upon them. Like, how do you even get inland if, like, you know what I mean? I feel like they can fire upon you from everywhere. But anyway, we will take you to the cathedral now. I know it's over here somewhere. I don't think it's behind me. Fairly certain it's red. Oh yeah, I think I see it. That would be pretty nuts though. Yeah, wow. I mean, I always used to say this all the time when I was younger, before Microsoft Flight Sim was even a thing. I used to always be convinced whoever made a game combining Google Earth with the game, just utilizing, you know, the real globe, is going to win. And Flight Sim did so with planes, but I feel like there's still a lot of work to go. And I'm sure even this was an impossible feat. Because, I mean, the rendering nightmare this is for this amount of data that's loading all at once. simultaneously while other people are flying with me, while it's loading real-time flight data of the planes it wants to show me as AI. You know, it's a loading nightmare. But yeah, this anyway is the cathedral. I'm gonna slow it down a little bit. I believe it's one of the world's biggest, if I'm not mistaken. Let's try not to crash. Yeah, you're right actually. Forza is too. Forza totally is. Yeah, Forza is actually a massive open world the more I think about it. Definitely a lot larger than like GTA or anything like that. Maybe not by much. I think the biggest open map game I've ever played, other than this, obviously. Oh yeah, a lot taller. And they're still working on this thing too, which is crazy. Like, I feel like there's not many cathedrals that they're constantly like still building. Like, I'm sure there's tons that they're always updating and renovating, but like they're actually still building this, I'm pretty sure. Crew Motorfest, yep, that's another good one. Anyway, the war game I play though, Arma Reforger. In terms of like multiplayer games, that's probably the biggest open lobby game I've ever played. Well, short of this, obviously. This doesn't count. This is unfair. I wonder how this even works, like, server-wise. This game. It's probably, like, every certain amount of miles is a server or something. Or maybe it's generally, like, the server is, like, the entire globe, and there's only so many thousands of people in each server. Oh, you play Armor Slow? Yeah, I like that one. It's not realistic looking by any means. Like, it's kind of... I don't want to call it older graphics. It's whatever graphics. But, it's definitely the most realistic playing war game I've ever played. Same with DayZ. That's pretty realistic playing. But, I mean, that's kind of a zombie game. So the whole premise is unrealistic. Yeah, what other games you guys play, by the way? Like Beacham, do you play anything else other than GT7? I know you play a ton of stuff, Slow. And then what about you, too, if you're still here, Rusty? No worries if you're not, but I'm just curious what you guys play. Let's go to Hong Kong. Is this Hong Kong? Yes, there it is. You played GT7, GTA, Minecraft, Crew Motorfest, Car Mechanic Simulator, FIFA. Yeah, I've pretty much played or at least know of every single one in there. I like playing a lot of sports games too, so like Chell, FIFA, all that. Race Room, yep, AC Rally. Spent so much time in GT. Yeah, I totally get that, man. Honestly, GT7 and Flight Sim are pretty much been the only two things that take a with it because I started the game at the beginning of this year, NHL 26. I'll hop on to check out my Ultimate Team, but I really don't play it often like I started. I was pretty competitive back in the fall with that, but especially having the wheel and all that now, it's like I'm just so addicted to GT7. And then this, when it's casual, I love flying. Anything simulator-wise. Which, speaking of which, I need to try the car mechanic one that you said, Slow. I played the dumbest simulator ever, every now and again. Also, where do I want to take off? I'll probably here. No, that's way too far out. Here. You're gonna make fun of me, man. It is the most brain dead game I've ever played, but it's like, there's something about it that you're genuinely putting no thought into it, and that's why it's almost just like a fun, casual, brain dead game. Like, even less thought than like a game like this is. It is a lawn mowing simulator. And you have to like do this career mode where you upgrade your lawn mowers and your trimmers and all that stuff. And dude, I'm telling you, man, it's addicting. It's addicting trying to complete people's lawns. You do a lot of that game? I had no idea, man. I'll definitely go like your videos. I don't know if I'm gonna watch the full video. It's because, like I said, it is that brain dead of a game. But in terms of playing it, man, I mean, I feel like I've genuinely sat there and like, it's almost like, you know how like, have you ever zoned out when you're driving? Have you guys done that? I feel like, if I remember correctly, you don't have a license, Slow, or maybe I'm thinking of Portal. One of you doesn't have a license, and I know that. But if you've ever zoned out when you're driving or walking or racing or whatever it is, that's literally my experience in that lawn mowing simulator game. I feel like I end the game and I like don't remember anything I just did. Now, Farm Simulator is something I want to get into. I played the Construction Simulator at one point. That was a lot of fun. A little difficult with some aspects of the game. And not only difficult, but I just missed the city. No. Yeah, let's restart the flight. I don't know where I'm going. Not only technically difficult, but like there were certain parts that just, I don't know, were a little boring, like the driving between construction sites, stuff like that. But the Farm Simulator, I've seen people play that in different shorts and stuff. That seems exciting to me. I also don't even want to be in this view. I'm just doing it so it's not so loud. Slow, if you ever want to play Construction Sim again, I'll hop back on. I can't promise it'll be anytime soon, just because of how much GT7 in this game consumed my time. But hey, I'll gladly take an hour or two in an afternoon and play that with you, man. Because I do remember that you could do co-op in that game. And I never could find anyone to hop in with me. Whoa, I didn't even look at all the buildings. Hong Kong at night. Even though Hong Kong, I feel like technically is the island part out there. Yeah, if it's cheap, give it a whirl. But if it's expensive, don't even bother. Because I feel like the way I'm able to play it is because I have the PlayStation Pass, whatever that's called. So most of the simulator games are actually free on there, except for obviously I think this one, which is like the most popular sim there is. But like Construction Sim, the Lawnmower, Mechanic one, I've seen them all on there before. Just like I said, I love a good sim. Can't really see much right now, to be honest with you. Yeah, PS Pass, whatever that's called. It's pretty bright over there. Let's go check that out. tends to be the easiest way to identify cool city flying at night is you just go where the lights are, man. You played a lot of Crew too. Yeah, that's one that I've never really hopped into too much. I know exactly what it is, but I never experienced Crew 2. Really. I played a lot of Forza, I played a lot of F125 and 24. I used to play when I was younger, Need for Speeds and all that stuff. But recently I tried Assetto Corsa, whatever that's called, ACC. But it was really just GT7 was what took the cake for me for my new sim wheel. Yo, Slip, how you doing? What's going on, legend? Greatly appreciate you stopping by, man. I've just been doing some casual flight sim today. Yo, Dirt 2, that's right. There's so many. I feel like I'm probably forgetting other ones as well. Dirt 2 I want to try because I want to try like a more rally one. And I love off-road rally, which is something I wish Gran Turismo had a little more of. It's just not an off-road game. It's purely track game. That's where Forza does a slightly better job, being an open world game. But I need to try Dirt 2 because I feel like that specifically caters to that type of game. Dude, slow. It's all the legends, man. I get so amped, by the way, guys, when I see you guys in another stream. When I scroll in and I see your name chatting. Because I feel like immediately I'm like, alright, I'm sticking around for a while. Because this chat's about to pop off. You never got into Motorfest? Sometimes it just doesn't click, some of the racing games. I don't know why. Because like I said before, even some of the great ones that have existed, I just never tried or never got into. But then it's funny how years go by and they age like fine wine. Alright, come on. Please don't murder me. This one time I was flying through San Fran and the bridge didn't render like until I got up to it. Honestly though, Rusty, I couldn't have said it better myself, man. That's such a good analogy for it. It really is like walking into a party. But it's funny to think that it's just like one giant electronic party. Yeah, same here, Slow. I've heard a lot of people that still love it though. But I feel like it's just more niche almost, I don't know. Same with Le Mans and like iRacing. Yeah, Le Mans Ultimate, all those other ones. Like, they do have a following, and it seems to be really dedicated racers that do enjoy the game, similar to GT7, but it seems more niche if you ask me. But that's just my opinion. I really couldn't compare what the followings actually are. I have no idea. There's a new one? I thought ACC was the newest, to be honest with you. I might have to look up what that is. Also, let me know if this is way too loud. Oh, yeah, I've heard of that one, Project Motor Racing. Is that like a tower? Oh, that must be maybe the pillars for it? I gotta go see that. What the hell is going on there? Kill some speed. Is this a building, like, in the bridge tower? If so, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Maybe it's just lit up that way? That's gotta be a... No, that's a full-on building. How's that work? It's like, yo, come to my apartment. Where do you live? Oh, I live on the bridge. How's that work? There's maybe like parking garages on the first floor that you like pull into? Or do you think it's literally just lit up that way to almost resemble a building? Right now, I am in Hong Kong, I believe. I can give you a more precise location. Let me find... Yeah, let me tell you what that airport is. Let me circle back. So you have a city kind of north of you, and then it's going to be the bridge that is to the north of... Whoa. What's going on right now? Hold on. Give me a second. Almost just stalled out. Oh, I see. It's my flaps on like 25%. That's why. Turn that off. Yeah, this is Microsoft Flight Sims though. 2024. The old one might actually be free. I'm gonna get you a location on this bridge though, Beecham. So the bridge is still to my right. Yeah, Microsoft Flight Sim. Yeah, spot on. Here, I'll go here in case you can't hear me. Microsoft Flight Sim. I know the jets are super loud, at least on my end, when I go to that view. Yep, this is Hong Kong International Airport. And that looks like this is called... I hate that noise, how loud that is. I gotta turn the aircraft down. Just to give you one more location other than Hong Kong International. Oh, you want to see it? I've done it before, Slip. I feel like Hong Kong International should be enough to figure out what that bridge is, Beecham. But if it doesn't matter. If you can't find it, no pressure. Don't feel like you gotta look too far. Alright. Yeah, Slip, I'll show you. I've gone there. Hardest part's finding it. Let me turn this. I've definitely heard the name Macau, too. Any idea if the bridge is like a real building? Or like a real apartment building or something? Or is that purely just like the design of the pillars, I guess, for it to look that way? Or is it like an operational, functioning building? Alright, exposure. I need to turn way down. Because we're about to go out to the desert. And it's super bright. Alright, Las Vegas. Just give me a second, guys. Bear with me. It's not easy finding Area 51. I gotta think about this for a sec. No. That's the solar farm. I don't think that's it, because that's way too close. If anyone knows, let me know, but I'm just gonna Google it. Alright, Area 51 map. Oh, that's why I'm struggling. Alright, it's northwest of Vegas. Gotcha. I could totally see that as strategic. I mean, there's no way they just randomly thought to do that. And they were like, oh, we'll just, put this together in this fashion. I mean, sure, it could be more of a fashion thing architecturally, but I don't think it is. No, that's North Vegas. We want to go much farther out. Homie, Yucca, Desert Rock. I thought it was labeled too. I could have sworn. Oh yeah, it's Homie. Here it is. Here's Area 51. You can take off from here if you want. Yeah, let's go 15-0. So in real life, obviously, you can't, like, land here. If I had a guess, too, like, this, I don't want to jump into all the conspiracy theories with you guys, but listen, let's kind of break this down in terms of, hypothetically, not even the alien stuff, but let's pretend they had, like, advanced tech that they were hiding here at Area 51, right? Because I feel like that's the whole conspiracy of, other than aliens and alien ships, as to what's here, and that's why, like, it has the amount of popularity that it has. Oh, whoa. Gotta put that up. Let's pretend that they were hiding tons of advanced technology that the rest of the world didn't know about, or something like that, right? If that was the case back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and like as it was gaining popularity and everybody heard about it, and over the years there's been all those attempts of people trying to break in and trying to go check it out, see what it's all about. And the most recent thing, you know, that whole Naruto, or however you say it, the run thing, that like the Storm Area 51 movement that people started on online. My whole point being is if there ever was actual stuff here that the government was hiding, like advanced technology, alien stuff, whatever it be, I feel like it would have been long gone a long time ago. And that whatever Area 51 like was now exists somewhere else completely different. And so I always crack up that there's still so much hype around this place, because I feel like, sure, maybe it's a functioning Air Force Base, but there's no way that they actually keep anything here. Yeah, Bob Lazar. I saw the documentary, Beecham. I love that Bob Lazar documentary. I've always been an anti-believer until I saw the Bob Lazar documentary. But by nature, I've always considered myself a skeptic about pretty much anything in life. I feel like I require a certain level of evidence to really agree with any opinion of something. But yeah, the Bob Lazar was very eye-opening, and I struggled making heads or tails of that one. It doesn't seem feasible. I agree with you there. That's a really good point. Because I don't understand how you do something of that scale in secret. But I guess they also built it, you know. They built the place. There had to have been a time nobody really knew about it. But I feel like even the context of how they built it was no different than any other Air Force base, just more remote and more secretive in the sense of the classification and, not classification, the level of clearance you might have needed to necessarily obtain information from said base. But I do agree with your last point. I missed that other message. It's probably just a decoy now. Yeah, at this point it's probably just more of a historical location. Oh, completely agree, Sled. If there was another version of this that existed, which there probably is, to be honest, let's call a spade about how clandestine our government really is. And I mean, think about the technology we have available today. If they were doing this stuff back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, can you imagine, like, what they could get away with in today's world? Jesus Christ. But yeah, I totally agree. It probably is no different than, like, a nuclear silo. Yeah, it's probably deep in a mountain somewhere, if it was to exist. Slow's like, guys, I still prefer the cathedral. It's like, I don't want to see aliens. I want to go see some grand architecture. And to be honest, there's nothing to see here, you know? I mean, I'm sure it's probably rendered accurately somewhat, maybe? I don't know if it is accurate. There's no way of really confirming unless you went here and got proper aerials. But even with the aerials, I mean, there's no ability to say what each building is and what its function is. Yeah, literally. Right, Slip? Seriously, man. And that's why I feel like when it gains popularity and the whole hysteria, not hysteria, that's the wrong word to use, but like the whole conspiracy as that grew back in the 70s, 80s, like I feel like they had to have done something about it. Assuming it was true anything about the secrets that they even kept here, you know what I mean? There's a lot of assumptions you kind of have to go with to even jump into this rabbit hole. But it all seems feasible to me. I mean, it's really not that far-fetched, if I'm being honest. Yeah, right? Oh, man. Yeah. That's the truest thing. Alright, one last overpass. Let's see if we can wake the aliens, guys. Give them a good buzz cut. Oh, I didn't complete it. I didn't complete the rotation. I stalled like right here. No, I'm totally right there with you, Slow. Seriously, I prefer seeing like the real deal. Every now and again, though, it's fun coming to a place like here. You know, just have a fun, jokey conversation too. But typically, I typically would say I lean with you, and I like seeing like the more real history and all that. Ooh, Rusty, that is a really tough question, man. Favorite flight run? I mean, like I said, because I prefer real, like when it comes to streaming, I like showing people the more popular destinations because that's more entertaining, I guess. You know, you can actually relate to it. You've seen it before. It's more grand. It's more exciting. And same with the vehicles. I try and pick something that's a little more excitable to watch. But when it comes to my actual preference of flying, I think Beecham was watching me earlier. This is probably one of my favorite landing zones, and it's because it's a little tricky. It's not the trickiest in the world by far, but it's probably in the top 100. Where is it? I think it's one of these that's starred, maybe? Yep, here it is, Courchevel. Is in the mountains of Italy. At least I think it's Italian border. I don't know exactly. I'd assume that's the Alps, though. But yeah, Courchevel in the Cirrus Vision jet. Let me show you it. In the game, yeah, Slow. I love flying there too. But yeah, that's Cirrus Vision jet, Courchevel. Favorite combination. Because that is like a very, I mean, I don't want to call it high-end, but in terms of its size, it's probably a more high-end private charter jet that you would probably see in these flight conditions going over Swiss Alps. I'm sorry, Swiss. Jeez, what am I talking about? Going over, what is this called? This mountain range. Why it's so famous? Why am I blanking on it? Is it the Alps? I don't know. I thought the Alps were more north. I feel like it is the Alps. Yeah, because, yeah, wow, Switzerland's right there. That is the Alps. But because that's like a realistic combo, that's probably my favorite. And that's going to be my dream combo if I was to ever actually fly it. When it comes to local flying, though, I love doing this all the time, especially with my flight sticks. This is probably the one I do the most often. Why am I blanking on where it is? Alright, there it is. Here's Providence, Rhode Island. Worcester, Mass. Here's my hometown. So I'll take off in my local airport, which is right here. And there is some commercial flights out of here, like you can go Florida, New York, different places. But for the majority, it's all small planes. So I'll take off here, and I do a more realistic thing because I'm, good pronunciation, Beecham. Wista. Because I'm new to flying and like I haven't actually ever flown myself, I prefer what a beginner flyer would use, which would be a Textron Aviation Cessna or a Beechcraft. Using the most, especially the Cessna, this is the most beginner plane that you could ever hop in. That if you were to go to a real flight school and you said, hey, I want to learn how to fly an airplane, they're going to put you in a Cessna most likely, 90% of the time. So yeah, for me, that's probably the most fun I have, and I just do some cool cruising all the way to Boston. Land here, out of Logan. Tetons, that's got to be a blast too. But yeah, I feel like that whole area of Alps is pretty much so intertwinable in terms of what it's called. Yeah, Dubai. Let me just show you it. Dubai is such a blast. Why am I blanking on where it is? This is going to be my last one. And then I said I was going to make food like an hour ago, so I'm going to hop off in a little bit. But for 2 quick minutes, guys, before I hop off, I'm going to show you Dubai. Because this is insane. The money, I mean, you all know this if you've heard of Dubai, but the money that is here, Jesus. It makes me sick to my stomach how much money exists and is circulating around Dubai. The wealth. I mean, but it makes sense because a lot of it is generational wealth. It's Saudi oil money, stuff like that. Not to generalize, but it is. Alright, let's use the F-18. I mean, any place you have islands in the shape of palm trees because they can make islands by hand. Man-made islands? Like what? That's insane. That is batshit crazy. The stupid money you have to be coming up with stuff like that. But even just looking at like every single building, every single type of car that exists here, it's very clear the money that exists. Alright, that might be too bright. Let's do that. Yeah, I don't know, Slow. It's a great question. I have a leftover turkey chili that's in my fridge I might have. I made last night. But I'm actually debating ordering something really quick. That way I can get into gaming sooner. Alright, before I show you like the Burj Khalifa or whatever the name of that tower is. Manhattan man-made. I don't entirely know what that means, but I assume it is. I'm just going to assume it's Manhattan man-made. Oh, their police are Lambos, aren't they? Imagine needing a Lamborghini for your police cars, because every civilian's car, for the most part, is that fast. But here's also the misconception. I don't want to make it sound like every single person that lives in Dubai is a one percenter because there's also a normal population that lives here. I used to play on Mass Premier Soccer, named my club team. There was a family from Dubai, and yeah, just obviously he had a lot of super wealthy friends. I mean, he was traveling back and forth all the time. But his mom was a teacher in Dubai. They grew up in a normal house. Doubt they lived anywhere near here, but they're from Dubai. Oh, there is! I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm sorry. I totally read your message wrong, the wording of that. So yeah, there's a part of Manhattan that is man-made. There's completely part of Manhattan that's man-made. And I'm pretty sure, this is gonna sound bad, I think it's the part that's like the dump, where they put their trash or something. I could be dead wrong about that, so don't quote me on it. But yeah, I have this gut instinct that the man-made part of New York has something to do with trash. This would be so insane to come here. You know what this reminds me of? All the stuff that, like, the resorts out on the palm trees. Reminds me of those islands, or not islands, those vacation spots that are in, like, Fiji, that are, like, on, like, stilts in the water. I feel like it's not Fiji, it's actually a name of something else. You guys might actually know what I'm talking about. I don't know which one it's called, Slow. That's a great question. I'll have to look. Because I actually don't know. Also, where's this? Oh, there it is. Right. I see that. Let's put the engines up, afterburners on. There's the super tall one. Yeah, right? I mean, obviously, what is it, Venice, I think? Venice is like the true king that takes the cake in that regards when it comes to a city on stilts. Yeah, Miami no different. I mean, that's a swamp of a place. My God, it is a sponge pretty much. I feel like that entire city and entire region is just gonna be swallowed up one day. So this is the world's tallest building, I think. I don't know if they still hold the record or not. I feel like they made an addition that made it taller. But again, don't quote me on this information. Because I tend to be wrong sometimes, guys. More often than right. Look at that. Dubai is beautiful. I can just picture Will Smith sitting at the top of this. That's insane. Something that tall. I mean, just walking around that, like in that little like courtyard, that has to be the most scenic, majestic walk ever. Oh, we're stalling. Pick up speed. There we go. Yeah. Tossed the airplane way too hard in one direction. Wow. Oh no! I did not see that. Oh, this is way too late. Yeah, I think that's what it's called, Beach, the Burj Khalifa. I believe it's at least one of the top 3 in the world for height. I don't know if it still has the record. Same, Slow. Same, man. I like to travel a good amount, I save up when I can. It's obviously a lot easier to do more affordable trips, meaning like road trips, than hopping on a plane. But yeah, something like this, I'd probably have to save for a while. I mean, anything where you're traveling across Atlantic, or just cross ocean in general. The plane ride in general, or that alone is going to cost you a couple grand. I knew it was something like that, Beecham. Thank you for explaining that. So it's large portions of the southern tip of Manhattan, Battery Park City, are built on a landfill. Gotcha. Yeah, I feel like I've seen like a clip or that, or documentary or something. How the way they expanded it was the actual landfill itself. Like they were using the landfill to essentially expand the city. It's built on top of it now. Dude, you could have taken that credit and I would have saluted you, man. Never would have known. I mean, hey, even just for Googling it, that knowledge is yours, more so than mine. Did they really have commercials about that? I had no idea. Oh, where are you, Slip? I can fly over where you are if you want. Let me know, man. Yeah, I'm turning 30 coming up. Nova Scotia. I just had somebody in the chat that actually asked me to fly there not long ago, I think. Or no, he had me go, I think more inland around Montreal, whatever this is, this river system. Yeah, he had me go Montreal, all these cities. Alright, so help me with my geography of Canada. Nova Scotia. I feel like this is British Columbia, the western half. Is Nova Scotia up here? That's Greenland, Iceland. Is this Nova Scotia? Yeah, it's like by Maine, right? Newfoundland. Stanfield International Airport. Let me just Google that. It's gonna be the easiest way for me to find this. Alright, Halifax. Let's go to the map. Zoom out a little bit. Alright, I got you. I got you. I'm pretty close to it. Yeah, right? I was just sitting there, super close. So in reference to Halifax, should I just fly around here? And you can kind of tell me what general area to go to? Or is there a different side to Nova Scotia that you want me to start on? The southern or northern? Also, let me change this to day. Make it a little easier for you to see. Respond to a quick text. You played the Halifax International 19... Oh, no way, man. That's crazy. Good for you. Did you have a band, or do you still have a band? Let's see, you have two bridges. On one side is Halifax, the other is Dartmouth. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, oh yeah, I see. Alright, Halifax, Dartmouth. Gotcha. I'll just go right in between. You can tell me where to go. Oh, I totally thought that was Slip saying that, by the way, too, Beecham. Your guys' logos both being the same color. Dude, no way. You were a Marine Corps musician? That's sick, man. I'm sure that brought you some very interesting places. I tried to join the military straight out of high school, but I was medically discharged, so farthest I ever made it was MEPS, but I have so much respect for anyone who serves, man. So seriously, God bless you, bro. Alright, let's see. So from the angle I approached, I think Halifax is on the left, Dartmouth on the right, if I have that right. You're on the Dartmouth side, so if I have that correct, I'm going right. Or I'll get lower too. I'll give you this angle because it's so much easier to see. Yeah, at any point you want me to turn, go right, go straight, or if you see like a marker that you want me to head towards, just let me know. Also, apologies that this is too bright at all. Yeah, flying over your hometown is so much fun in this game. It's half the reason I bought it, honestly. I'm gonna circle back because I'm getting a gut feeling closer to the bridge is where a lot of this action is. Yeah, it looks like more of the downtown. I like the power plant, man. Sometimes I'll give it to a town or city, like it gives some character having power plants. Not always. There are times where it's a sight of sore eyes, but seriously, for in this instance, it oddly works. Almost kind of like a Springfield Simpsons type vibe, you know? Also, I'm going to try and fly as straight as I can. That way, if you do tell me to go somewhere, go to the bridge and follow the highway. Copy. Alright, so there's the bridge, highway. Do you want me to go not straight out? I assume I can go that way, or I could go farther down this way to the right. So I'll just stay above it, because I do still see where the highway goes. How it goes all the way down there, or I could go down this way. So I'll stay kind of central for you here. Yeah, it definitely can't slow. Got you, man. London's a blast. I mean, it's such a popular city in the world, obviously, so to go see it is so much fun to fly. Also, let me get lower for you, slow. I mean, slow. I'll circle back for you. I'll just do some generic circles, too. That way you don't have to tell me, like, where you live or anything like that. But I can bring you around town so you can see everything. Yeah, it's tricky to really tell what's what, especially like when you're farther away from everything. But I'm glad I can at least show you the area, you know what I mean? I just know one day, because I do these like flight sim heli tours, there's gonna be a kid just not thinking, and not that I care, not that I'm gonna like use it or copy it down or anything like that, but I'm just more to protect him from trolls and other people in chat. You never know who's here. I know someday doing these helicopter tours, somebody's gonna toss their address in chat. It's just like, nah, man, I just need the general area. Yeah, Nova Scotia, man. I gotta come visit one of these days, man. Being an East Coaster, being from Massachusetts, it's really not that far. I mean, it's a good hike, but I feel like it's a place that I definitely need to come visit at some point. I mean, especially how often I can make treks up to Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont. Seems like a beautiful place to come during the summer. So this is the Dartmouth side, I believe you said. If I was to ever come, what would you recommend? Is there more going on the Dartmouth side than the Halifax side? So I feel like Halifax is really like the city in terms of how I know it. Oh wow, there's like a big downtown over here too. Oh, Crosby's from Halifax? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. It's funny, I should too, because I've seen documentaries on the guy. I'm such a big hockey fan. But yeah, he had the iconic, what's it called, washer dryer in his basement that he'd shoot pucks into. I feel like him and like Gretzky are like two of the only guys in the NHL, or really ever, that like their houses where they grew up are literally like iconic tours that you can take nowadays. Imagine that. I just don't know if that would really ever work for an American. Because it speaks to the culture of hockey in Canada. Not that it's not important to us as Americans too, but I mean it's not the focus of the entire country. I see, gotcha. Yeah, that part kind of confuses me sometimes with Canada. How it's like the provinces and yeah, just the names in general kind of throws me off. A province versus city. But I guess it's really no different than our states, you know, it's just, I always forget that you guys have provinces. The Citadel. Alright, I've said this like 10 times, but now I'm actually gonna make sure this is my last flight. We are going to London, folks. Let's go to London. Get out of here. Get out of here. Crosby's parents live a few houses down from you? I have never been more jealous of any fact ever. That is the craziest thing I've ever heard. I'm sure that's like, I'm just like trying to think about that from a neighbor's perspective. And like, what's the right word to use here? I'm sure that's like a very, not touchy subject, but like being a neighbor of his, that must be like, there must be a lot of respect to the family where you know, like, how popular globally they are, especially in country. So I'm sure at a certain point, like, you're friends with them and know them, but I'm sure it's like, you almost don't want to come across as like the fan, you know? You just want to be their good neighbor, so to speak. Because I can't even imagine what that's like growing up when your son's Sidney Crosby in that area. Like the attention their household must have gotten. My God. Alright, here's London. There we go. London Bridge is falling down. Alright. Last flight of the afternoon, and then I desperately need to go get some food. I am starving. Oh, I gotta call my girlfriend back too. See what she wants. Probably on her way home. Yeah, that makes sense. It's probably a gated community at this point. Well, especially at least now, right? After the fact, I'm sure he's got his parents all set up. That's so wild, though. Especially just that you know them. You grew up around them. Or still live around them. Also, are you proud of me, by the way, that I haven't brought up the Olympics once? Oh, I'm sorry to laugh. I won't even talk about it. I won't. I can understand if it's a sore subject. I really can. I'd blame Nate Dogg on that one. I really would. Big Nate Dogg from Colorado. How he missed that open net. Jesus, man. Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm glad. Yeah, I mean, especially, you never know. Some people being so diehard, it's like they do take it that serious, the tripping of it. But yeah, it's good. I'm the same way. You know, when my team loses, they lost, you know, I get it. I can take it like a man. Yeah, not his best performance, seriously. Which was a little surprising, because I thought he was playing half decent through the tournament, but I didn't fully watch every Canada game throughout the tournament. Yeah, buddy. Big Ben, Parliament. Got it all. I wish I had anything else I could tell you about London, but I know very little about it. It is a gorgeous city, though. A lot more compact than I imagined it to be. Like, I knew most of Europe is this way. And I think a lot of it, too, is the rendering, especially on the canal, or the river. But man, I definitely need to come out here and grab a pint and watch an EPL game. It's my dream of coming here. Any Premier League fans in the chat, by the way? I'm mainly a hockey football guy, but I mean, I love every sport. I really do. I played rugby in college, played hockey, soccer growing up. Yeah, I mean, there's not too many sports I can't appreciate. Oh yeah. Just a little kick and stretch. Howdy, welcome home. No, I know, I heard you. Or I saw your call. I'm sorry about that. Alright, 2 seconds, if you don't mind. Gang, this is probably the best time, like, ever. I've been saying for, like, 2 hours I'm gonna hop off. So greatly appreciate you guys hanging out with me, man, with this chill flight sim. If you guys still want to do some GT7 later, feel free if either of you want to slip, beach them. If you guys want to do a live, I'll come hop in the lobby. If not, I mean, we can always just do a private lobby, too, or even just get something going. Or who knows, I can always host it live too. It doesn't matter to me. But regardless, let's try and reconvene later, lads. Try and all find each other in the same chat. Hey, take care, Slow. Beach 'em, slip. So once again, Rusty, all you guys, so greatly appreciate you guys hanging out. Hope you all have a amazing rest of your evening, nights, morning, whatever time it is for you. And I'll catch you guys soon. Peace out.